Ladies and gentlemen, please, meet David Sedaris.
It's a pleasure to be here. In 1999, I put out a collection of Christmas stories, and then a few years later, I wrote this, and it's called 6 to 8 Black Men. I've never been much for guidebooks, so when trying to get my bearings in some strange American city, I normally start by asking the cab driver or hotel clerk some silly question regarding the latest census figures. I say silly because I don't really care how many people live in Olympia, Washington, or Columbus, Ohio. They're nice enough places, but the numbers mean nothing to me. My second question might have to do with the average annual rainfall, which again doesn't tell me anything about the people who have chosen to call this place home. What really interests me are the local gun laws. Can I carry a concealed weapon, and if so, under what circumstances? What's the waiting period for a Tommy gun? Could I buy a Glock 17 if I were recently divorced or fired from my job? I've learned from experience that it's best to lead into this subject as delicately as possible, especially if you and the local citizen are alone and enclosed in a relatively small area. Bide your time, though, and you can walk away with some excellent stories. I've learned, for example, that the blind can legally hunt in both Texas and Michigan. In Texas, they must be accompanied by a sighted companion, but I heard that in Michigan, they're allowed to go it alone. Which raises the question, how do they find whatever it is they just shot? In addition to that, how do they get it home? Are the Michigan blind allowed to drive as well? I ask about guns not because I want one of my own, but because the answers vary so widely from state to state. In a country that's become increasingly homogeneous, I'm reassured by these last charming touches of regionalism. Firearms aren't really an issue in Europe, so when traveling abroad, my first question usually relates to barnyard animals. What do your roosters say is a good icebreaker, as every country has its own unique interpretation. In Germany, where dogs bark "vow, vow," and both the frog and the duck say "quack," the rooster greets the dawn with a hearty kikariki. Greek roosters crow kyriaki, and in France they scream cocorico, which sounds like one of those horrible pre-mixed cocktails with a pirate on the label. When told that an American rooster says cock-a-doodle-doo, my hosts look at me with disbelief and pity. When do you open your Christmas presents is another good conversation starter, as I think it explains a lot about national character. People who traditionally open gifts on Christmas Eve seem a bit more pious and family-oriented than those who wait until Christmas morning. They go to Mass, open presents, eat a late meal, return to church the following morning, and devote the rest of the day to eating another big meal. Gifts are generally reserved for children, and the parents tend not to go overboard. It's nothing I'd want from myself, but I suppose it's fine for those who prefer food and family to things of real value. In France and Germany, gifts are exchanged on Christmas Eve, while in the Netherlands, the children open their presents on December 5th, in celebration of St. Nicholas Day. It sounded sort of quaint until I spoke to a man named Oscar, who filled me in on a few of the details as we walked from my hotel to the Amsterdam train station. Unlike the jolly, obese American Santa, St. Nicholas is painfully thin and dresses not unlike the Pope, topping his robes with a tall hat resembling an embroidered tea cozy. The outfit, I was told, is a carryover from his former career, when he served as the Bishop of Turkey. I'm sorry, I said, but could you repeat that? One doesn't want to be too much of a cultural chauvinist, but this seemed completely wrong to me. For starters, Santa didn't used to do anything. He's not retired, and more important, he has nothing to do with Turkey. It's too dangerous there, and the people wouldn't appreciate him. When asked how he got from Turkey to the North Pole, Oscar told me with complete conviction that St. Nicholas currently resides in Spain, which again is simply not true. Though he could probably live wherever he wanted, Santa chose the North Pole specifically because it is harsh and isolated. No one can spy on him, and he doesn't have to worry about people coming to the door. Anyone can come to the door in Spain. And in that outfit, he'd most certainly be recognized. On top of that, aside from a few pleasantries, Santa doesn't speak Spanish. Hello, how are you? Can I get you some candy? Fine. He knows enough to get by. But he's not fluent, and he certainly doesn't eat tapas. While our Santa flies in on a sled, the Dutch version arrives by boat and then transfers to a white horse. The event is televised, and great crowds gather at the waterfront to greet him. I'm not sure if there's a set date, but he generally docks in late November and spends a few weeks hanging out and asking people what they want. Is it just him alone, I asked, or does he come with some backup? Oscar's English was close to perfect, but he seemed thrown by a term normally reserved for police reinforcement. Helpers, I said. Does he have any elves? Maybe I'm overly sensitive, but I couldn't help but feel personally insulted when Oscar denounced the very idea as grotesque and unrealistic. Elves, he said. They are just so silly. The words silly and unrealistic were redefined when I learned that St. Nicholas travels with what was consistently described as 6 to 8 black men. I asked several Dutch people to narrow it down, but none of them could give me an exact number. It was always 6 to 8, which seems strange, seeing they've had hundreds of years to get an accurate head count. The 6 to 8 black men were characterized as personal slaves until the mid-1950s, when the political climate changed, and it was decided that instead of being slaves, they were just good friends. I think history has proved that something usually comes between slavery and friendship. A period of time marked not by cookies and quiet hours beside the fire, but by bloodshed and mutual hostility. They have such violence in the Netherlands, but rather than duking it out amongst themselves, Santa and his former slaves decided to take it out on the public. In the early years, if a child was naughty, St. Nicholas and the 6 to 8 black men would beat him with what Oscar described as the small branch of a tree. A switch? Yes, he said, that's it. They'd kick him and beat him with the switch. Then, if the youngster was really bad, they'd put him in a sack and take him back to Spain. St. Nicholas would kick you? Well, not anymore, Oscar said. Now he just pretends to kick you. He considered this to be progressive, but in a way, I think it's almost more perverse than the original punishment. I'm going to hurt you, but not really. How many times have we fallen for that line? The fake slap invariably makes contact, adding the elements of shock and betrayal to what had previously been plain old-fashioned fear. What kind of a Santa spends his time pretending to kick people before stuffing them into a canvas sack? Then, of course, you've got the 6 to 8 former slaves who could potentially go off at any moment. This, I think, is the greatest difference between us and the Dutch. While a certain segment of our population might be perfectly happy with the arrangement, If you told the average white American that 6 to 8 nameless black men would be sneaking into his house in the middle of the night, he would barricade the doors and arm himself with whatever he could get his hands on. 6 to 8, did you say? In the years before central heating, Dutch children would leave their shoes by the fireplace, the promise being that unless they planned to beat you, kick you, or stuff you into a sack, St. Nicholas and the 6 to 8 black men would fill your clogs with presents. Aside from the threats of violence and kidnapping, it's not much different than hanging your stockings from the mantel. Now that so few people actually have a working fireplace, Dutch children are instructed to leave their shoes beside the radiator, furnace, or space heater. St. Nicholas and the 6 to 8 black men arrive on horses which jump from the yard onto the roof. At this point, I guess they either jump back down and use the door or stay put and vaporize through the pipes and electrical cords. Oscar wasn't too clear about the particulars, but really, who can blame him? We have the same problem with our Santa. He's supposed to use a chimney, but if you don't have one, he still manages to get in. It's best not to think about it too hard. While 8 flying reindeer are a hard pill to swallow, our Christmas story remains relatively dull. Santa lives with his wife in a remote polar village and spends one night a year traveling around the world. If you're bad, he leaves you cold. If you're good and live in America, he'll give you just about anything you want. We tell our children to be good and send them off to bed, where they lie awake, anticipating their great bounty. A Dutch parent has a decidedly hairier story to relate, telling his children, listen, you might want to pack a few of your things together. Before going to bed. The former Bishop of Turkey will be coming tonight, along with 6 to 8 black men. They might put some candy in your shoes. They might stuff you into a sack and take you to Spain. Or they might just pretend to kick you. We don't know for sure, but we want you to be prepared. This is a reward for living in the Netherlands. As a child, you get to hear this story. And as an adult, you get to turn around and repeat it. As an added bonus, the government has thrown in legalized drugs and prostitution. So what's not to love about being Dutch? Oscar finished his story just as we arrived at the station. He was an amiable guy, very good company. But when he offered to wait until my train arrived, I begged off, claiming I had some calls to make. Sitting alone in the vast, vibrant terminal, surrounded by thousands of polite, seemingly interesting Dutch people, I couldn't help but feel second-rate. Yes, the Netherlands was a small country, but it had 6 to 8 black men and a really good bedtime story. Being a fairly competitive person, I felt jealous, then bitter. I was edging toward hostile when I remembered the blind hunter tramping off alone into the Michigan forest. He may bag a deer, or he may happily shoot a camper in the stomach. He may find his way back to the car, or he may wander around for a week or two before stumbling through your back door. We don't know for sure, but in pinning that license to his chest, he inspires a sort of narrative that ultimately makes me proud to be an American. I've been keeping a diary for 32 years. And most of it's just whining, but every now and then I'll go through it and pull a few things. February 2nd, 2008, Munich. When summoning books for married couples in America, I'll often ask if the two of them have any children. Then I'll wince as they answer, "Oh, our dogs are our children." As if teaching a pair of Springer Spaniels to stay off the sofa was really the same as keeping a 16-year-old out of prison. In Germany, though, it's a different story. At last night's signing, I asked a woman if she had a dog. Then I watched as she picked her book off the table, saying, "Oh, my children are my dogs." August 27th, 2007, London. In order to get indefinite leave to remain, Hugh and I have to take a citizenship test. The preparation book is called Life in the UK, and it explains, among other things, the difference between the House of Lords and the House of Commons. I've learned that British women won the right to divorce their husbands in 1857, that children aged 14 or under are not allowed to deliver milk, and that there are 1.7 million people living in Northern Ireland. After studying for 2 weeks, I bought a book of multiple-choice sample questions, 2 of which caused me to laugh. Question: how might you stop young people from playing tricks on you at Halloween? A, call the police. B, give them some money. C, give them sweets or chocolates. D, hide from them. Question: why did large numbers of Jewish people come to Britain during 1880 to 1910? A, to escape famine. B, to escape racist attacks. C, to work in textile factories. D, to invade and seize land. November 15th, 2007, London. Harrods has opened a Krispy Kreme counter, and before sitting down to a donut and a cup of coffee, I went to the basement to use the restroom. There was a young man beside me at the urinal, and after he had finished and walked to the sink to wash his hands, the attendant asked him if he'd flushed. Yeah, the young man said. No, you didn't, the attendant told him. The young man returned, and as he pulled the handle, we exchanged that particular glance, meaning the washroom attendant is crazy. His was the sort of behavior you'd expect at a public toilet in Paris, but not in a department store, especially such a fancy one. The attendant was black and looked to be in his 60s. His accent suggested that he was from the West Indies, and his expression said in no uncertain terms that he hated these toilets and everyone who used them. When it came my turn, I made a great show of the flushing, glaring at the urinal and its contents, as if to say, "Begone, you." Then I washed my hands. There were towels folded beside the sink, but using one might have angered the attendant. And so instead, I wiped my hands on my pants. This seemed to please him. And I left the restroom thinking, he likes me. January 9th, 2007, Tokyo. Given the state of my Japanese, it seems unfair to criticize some of the English I've been seeing. A sign outside a beauty parlor reads, "Eye rash tint." And instead of laughing, I should give them credit for at least coming close. What gets me are the mass-produced mistakes, the ones made at Lawson, for example, a huge nationwide chain of convenience stores. And this is what's printed on the wrappers of their ready-made sandwiches. We have sandwiches which you can enjoy different taste. So you can find your favorite one from our sandwiches. We hope you can choose the best one for yourselves. You'd think that maybe someone in management might say, "I've got a cousin who lives in America. What do you say I give him a call and we run this by him before we slap it on tens of millions of sandwiches?" But no. March 4th, 2009, London. There's a castle in Cheshire that's a popular site for weddings. And now, for an extra fee, your rings can be delivered by a white barn owl that's been trained to fly across the room and land on a heavy leather glove worn by the groom. In return, it gets to eat a live rat, a live mouse, or a live day-old chick. There was an article about him in yesterday's paper, and now, for the first time in my life, and for all the right reasons, I want to get married. Thank you. This is a fictional story written in the form of an email entitled Just a Quick Email. Hey, Robin, just a quick email to thank you for the wedding gift, or wedding gift certificate, I guess I should say. 2 free pizzas. How thoughtful of you, and how generous. Any toppings we want. Maybe you hadn't heard that I'd registered at Tunbridge and Colchester, but I did. Last June, I think it was, just before we announced the engagement. Not that the pizzas didn't come in handy. They did, though in a slightly indirect way. Unlike you, who's so wonderfully unconcerned with what other people think, I'm a bit vain, especially when it comes to my figure. That being the case, I use the certificates to feed our workmen, who are currently building a slight addition. I know you thought our house was big enough already. Tara meets B&Q was how I heard you so cleverly describe it at the wedding. I mean, really, you said, how much room do 2 people need? Or did you say 2 thin people? What with the band playing and everyone in the world shouting their congratulations, it was a little hard to hear. Just like it is at our ever-expanding house, the workers all hammering away. What they've done is tear down the wall between the kitchen and the breakfast nook. That'll give us room for a walk-in silverware drawer. And this new 16-burner stove I've been eyeing. Plus, it will allow us to expand the counter space, put in a second dishwasher, and install an electric millstone for grinding blue corn. Homemade tortillas, anyone? Then we're going to enclose that useless deck, insulate it, and create a separate dining room for when we go Asian. This will eliminate that ramp you're so fond of, but it's not like we see you all that often, and I don't think it will kill you to crawl up a half a dozen stairs. As a matter of fact, as long as they're clean, I actually think it might be good for you. Seeing as we're on this subject, Robin, is it right to insist on all this special treatment? More than that, is it healthy? It's been almost a year since the car accident. Don't you think it's time you moved on with your life? Do I need to remind you of all my injuries? The dislocated shoulder, the practically broken wrist that still tingles when I do something strenuous like whisk in damp weather. On top of that, it took me days to wash your blood out of my hair. The admitting nurse put me down as a redhead. That's how bad it was. Your left front tooth practically embedded in my skull. It's no severed spinal cord, of course, but like Dr. Scoggins says, the ball is in your court now. You can either live in the past as a lonely, bitter paraplegic, or you can live in the present as one. I dusted myself off and got back on the proverbial horse, so why can't you? In other news, did you get the postcard I sent from our honeymoon? Iraq was beautiful, just as I imagined it would be, but there were so many Americans there. I said to Philip, is nowhere safe. I mean, really, in terms of the crowds, we might as well have gone to Paris. Then, of course, we did go to Paris, but that was for work rather than vacation. Philip had a client he needed to meet, an American in town for some big Chablis auction. He once defended her on a drunk driving charge, and successfully, too. This despite her breathalyzer results and some pretty bad behavior, some of which was caught on video. Now they're suing the people she hit, or at least the one that lived. And it looks like they've got a fairly good chance of winning. This is not to worry you in any way. What with the addition on the house and the 1.5 million other things on my to-do list, a lawsuit is the last thing on my mind. Not that it wasn't proposed. While my hard-working husband consulted with his client, I alone wandered the quays, stopping every now and then to duck into a boutique. And more than once I thought of you. For Paris, I remembered, is where you and Philip honeymooned. That was in the good old days when the dollar and the euro were practically even. Now it costs a king's ransom just for a cup of coffee and a croque madame, so a pair of shoes from Christian Louboutin, well, you can just imagine. I suppose for you it would make sense, but for someone who walks the way I do, someone known to practically gallop when there's a sale taking place, the shoes I got are good for 1, maybe 2 seasons at most. Still, though, what could I do? Iraq had been totally picked over by the time we arrived, and I wanted a little something to remind me of my trip. After returning stateside, Philip went right to work, his #1 job to make me happy. First, we started on the addition, and then a successful effort to erase that DWI from my driving record. It wasn't easy, but legal matters rarely are. All I can say is that if it helps to have friends, it helps even more to have friends who are governors. None of this will get you out of your wheelchair, but it will restore my self-confidence. And what I like to think of as my good name. It means as well that you'll have to stop calling me the drunken bitch who took away your legs and then stole your husband. Drunk, it seems, is a relative term. And if I were you, I'd watch how I used it. The leg bit is an exaggeration, as you clearly still have them. Big purple veins and all. As for the stealing, Philip came to me on his own volition. One adult to another, no coercion involved. In the end, all you're left with is a single word, bitch, which could mean any number of things. I myself would use it to describe someone whose idea of an appropriate wedding present is a gift certificate for 2 pizzas. Offering it to your ex-husband, I can understand. But to your own sister. That's just tacky. Gotta run, Rhonda.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, meet David Sedaris.
That's so kind of you. My writing appears fairly regularly in an American magazine called The New Yorker. A few years back, they compiled a series of stories about winter, and this was my contribution, titled Let It Snow. In Binghamton, New York, winter meant snow. And though I was young when we left, I was able to recall great heaps of it and use that memory as evidence that North Carolina was, at best, a third-rate institution. What little snow there was would usually melt an hour or 2 after hitting the ground. Then there you'd be in your windbreaker and unconvincing mittens, forming a lumpy figure made mostly of mud. Snow Negroes, we called them. The winter I was in the 5th grade, we got lucky. Snow fell, and for the first time in years it accumulated. School was canceled, and 2 days later, we got lucky again. There were 8 inches on the ground, and rather than melting, it froze. On the 5th day of our vacation, my mother had a little breakdown. Our presence had disrupted the secret life she led while we were at school, and when she could no longer take it, she threw us out. It wasn't a gentle request, but something closer to an eviction. Get the hell out of my house. We reminded her that it was our house, too, and she opened the front door and shoved us into the carport. "And stay out," she shouted. My sisters and I went down the hill and sledded with other children from the neighborhood. A few hours later, we returned home, surprised to find that the door was still locked. "Oh, come on," we said. I rang the bell, and when no one answered, we went to the window and saw our mother in the kitchen, watching television. Normally, she waited until 5 o'clock to have a drink, but for the past few days, she'd been making an exception. Drinking didn't count if you followed a glass of wine with a cup of coffee, and so she had both a goblet and a mug positioned before her on the countertop. "Hey," we yelled, "open the door, it's us." We knocked on the pane, and without looking in our direction, she refilled her goblet and left the room. "That bitch," my sister Lisa said. We pounded again and again, and when our mother failed to answer, we went around back and threw snowballs at her bedroom window. "You are going to be in so much trouble when Dad gets home," we shouted. And in response, my mother pulled the drapes. Dusk approached, and as it grew colder, it occurred to us that we could possibly die. It happened, surely. Selfish mothers wanted the house to themselves, and their children were discovered years later, frozen like baby mastodons in blocks of ice. My sister Gretchen suggested that we call our father, but none of us knew his number, and he probably wouldn't have done anything anyway. He'd gone to work specifically to escape our mother, and between the weather and her mood, it could be hours or even days before he returned home. "One of us should get hit by a car," I said. "That would teach the both of them." I pictured Gretchen, her life hanging by a thread as my parents paced the halls of Rex Hospital, wishing they had been more attentive. It was really the perfect solution. With her out of the way, the rest of us would be more valuable and have a bit more room to spread out. "Gretchen, go lie in the street." "Make Amy do it," she said. Amy, in turn, pushed it off onto Tiffany, who was the youngest and had no concept of death. "It's like sleeping," we told her. "Only you get a canopy bed." Poor Tiffany. She'd do just about anything in return for a little affection. All you had to do was call her Tiff, and whatever you wanted was yours. Her allowance money, her dinner, the contents of her Easter basket. Her eagerness to please was absolute and naked. When we asked her to lie in the middle of the street, her only question was, where? We chose a quiet dip between two hills. A spot where drivers were almost required to skid out of control. She took her place, this 6-year-old in a butter-colored coat, and we gathered on the curb to watch. The first car to happen by belonged to a neighbor, a fellow Yankee who had outfitted his tires with chains and stopped a few feet from our sister's body. "Is that a person?" he asked. "Well, sort of," Lisa said. She explained that we'd been locked out of the house, and though the man appeared to accept this as a reasonable explanation, I'm pretty sure it was him who told on us. Another car passed, and then we saw our mother, this puffy figure awkwardly negotiating the crest of the hill. She did not own a pair of pants, and her legs were buried to the calves in snow. We wanted to send her home, to kick her out of nature just as she had kicked us out of the house. But it was hard to stay angry at someone that pitiful looking. "Are you wearing your loafers?" Lisa asked. And in response, our mother raised her bare foot. "I was wearing loafers," she said. "I mean, really, it was there a second ago." This was how things went. One moment, she was locking us out of our own house, and the next, we were rooting around in the snow, looking for her left shoe. "Oh, forget about it," she said. "It'll turn up in a few days." Gretchen fitted her cap over my mother's foot. Lisa secured it with her scarf, and surrounding her tightly on all sides, we made our way back home. Lately, I've been writing these fictional stories about animals, fables, I guess, and this is one of them called The Cat and the Baboon. The cat had a party to attend and went to the baboon to get herself groomed. "What kind of party?" the baboon asked. And she massaged the cat's neck in order to relax her, the way she did with all her customers. "Hope it's not that harvest dance down on the riverbank. My sister went last year and said she'd never seen such rowdiness. Said a fight broke out between two possums, and one gal, the wife of one of the other, got pushed onto a stump and knocked out 4 teeth. And they were pretty, too. None of this yellowness you find on most things that eat trash." The cat shuddered. "No," she said, "this is just a little get-together, a few friends, that type of thing." "Will there be food?" the baboon asked. "Something," the cat sighed. "I just don't know what." "Of course it's hard," the baboon said. "Everybody eating different things. You got one who likes leaves and another that can't stand the sight of them. Folks has gotten so picky nowadays, I just lay out some peanuts and figure they either eat them or they don't." "Now, I wouldn't like a peanut," the cat said. "Not at all." "Well, I guess you just have drinks then. The trick is knowing when to stop." "That's never been a problem for me," the cat boasted. "I drink until I'm full, and then I push myself away from the table. Always have." "Well, you got some sense then, not like some of them around here." The baboon picked a flea from the cat's head and stuck it gingerly between her teeth. "Take this wedding I went to last Saturday, I think it was. A couple of marsh rabbits got married. You probably heard about it." The cat nodded. "Now, I like a church service, but this was one of those write-your-own-vows sorts of things. Neither of them ever picked up a pen in their life, but all of a sudden they're poets, right? Like that's all it takes is being in love." "My husband and I wrote our own vows," the cat said defensively. "Sure you did, but you probably had something to say, not like these marsh rabbits, carrying on that their love was like a tender sapling or some damn thing, and all the while they had this squirrel off to the side, plucking at a harp, I think it was." "I had a harp player at my wedding," the cat said, "and it was lovely." "I bet it was, but you probably hired a professional. Someone who could really play. The squirrel, I don't think she'd taken a lesson in her life, just clawed at those strings, almost like she's mad at them." "Well, I'm sure she tried her best," the cat said. The baboon nodded and smiled, the way one must in the service industry. She'd planned to tell a story about a drunken marsh rabbit, the brother of the groom at last week's wedding, but there was no point in it now. Not with this client, anyway. Whatever she said, the cat disagreed with, and unless she found a patch of common ground, she was sure to lose her tip. "You know," she said, cleaning a scab off the cat's neck, "I hate dogs. Simply cannot stand them." "What makes you bring that up?" the cat asked. "Just thinking," the baboon told her. "Some kind of spaniel walked in yesterday asking for a shampoo, and I sent him packing. I said, I don't care how much money you have. I'm not making conversation with anyone who licks his own ass." And the moment she said it, she realized her mistake. "Now, what's wrong with that?" the cat said. "It's good to have a clean anus. Why, I lick mine at least 5 times a day." "And I admire you for it," the baboon said. "But you're not a dog." "Meaning? On a cat, it's classy," the baboon said. "There's a grace to it, but a dog, you know the way they hunker over, legs going every which way." "Well, yes," the cat said. "Suppose you have a point. Then they slobber and drool all over everything, and what they don't get wet, they chew to pieces." "That they do," the cat chuckled. And the baboon relaxed and searched her memory for a slanderous dog story. The collie, the German shepherd, the spaniel she claimed to have turned away. They were all good friends of hers and faithful clients. But what would it hurt to pretend otherwise and draw that fine line between licking ass and simply kissing it? This is a story inspired by my first trip to Australia, which is really far away. So this is called Keeping Up. My street in Paris is named for a surgeon who taught at the nearby medical school and discovered an abnormal skin condition, a contracture that causes the fingers to bend inward, eventually turning the hand into a full-time fist. It's short, this street, no more or less attractive than anything else in the area. Yet vacationing Americans are drawn here, compelled for some reason to stand beneath my office window and scream at one another. For some, the arguments are about language. A wife had made certain claims regarding her abilities. I've been listening to tapes, she said, or perhaps all those Romance languages are pretty much alike, so what with my Spanish, we should be fine. But then people use slang or ask unexpected questions, and things begin to fall apart. You're the one who claimed to speak French. I hear this all the time and look out my window to see a couple standing toe-to-toe on the sidewalk. Yeah, the woman will say, at least I try. Well, try harder, damn it. No one knows what the hell you're saying. Geographical arguments are the second most common. People notice that they've been on my street before, maybe half an hour ago, when they only thought they were tired and hungry and needed to find a bathroom. For God's sake, Philip, would it kill you just to ask somebody? I lay on my couch thinking, why don't you ask? How come Philip has to do it? But these things are often more complicated than they seem. Maybe Philip was here 20 years ago and has been claiming to know his way around. Maybe he's one of those who refused to hand over the map or refused to pull it out, at least he looked like a tourist. The desire to pass is loaded territory and can lead to the ugliest sort of argument there is. You want to be French, Mary Frances. That's your problem. But instead, you're just another American. I went to the window for that one. And saw a marriage disintegrate before my eyes. Poor Mary Frances in her beige beret. Back at the hotel, it had probably seemed like a good idea. But now it was ruined and ridiculous. A cheap felt pancake sliding off the back of her head. She'd done the little scarf thing, too, not caring that it was summer. It could have been worse, I thought. She could have been wearing one of those striped boaters shirts, but as it was pretty bad. A costume, really. Some vacationers raise the roof. They don't care who hears them. But Mary Frances spoke in a whisper. This, too, was seen as pretension and made her husband even angrier. Americans, he shouted. We don't live in France. We live in Virginia, Vienna, Virginia. Got it? I looked at this guy and knew for certain that if we'd met at a party, he'd claim to live in Washington, D.C. Ask for a street address and he'd look away, mumbling, well, just outside D.C. When fighting at home, an injured party can retreat to a separate part of the house or step into the backyard to shoot at cans. But outside my window, the options are limited to crying, sulking, or storming back to the hotel. Oh, for God's sake, I hear, can we please just try to have a good time? This is like ordering someone to find you attractive. And it doesn't work. I've tried it. Most of Hugh's and my travel arguments have to do with pace. I'm a fast walker, but he has longer legs and likes to maintain a good 20-foot lead. To the casual observer, he would appear to be running from me. Darting around corners, intentionally trying to lose himself. When asked about my latest vacation, the answer is always the same. In Bangkok, in Ljubljana, in Budapest and Bonn, what did I see? Hugh's back. Just briefly as he disappeared into a crowd. I'm convinced that before we go anywhere, he calls the Board of Tourism and asks what style and color of coat is most popular amongst the locals. If they say, for example, a navy windbreaker, he'll go with that. It's uncanny the way he blends in. When we're in an Asian city, I swear he actually makes himself shorter. I don't know how, but he does. There's a store in London that sells travel guides alongside novels that take place in this or that given country. The idea is that you'll read the guide for facts and read the novel for atmosphere. A nice thought, but the only book I'll ever need is Where's Wally? All my energy goes into keeping track of Hugh, and as a result, I don't get to enjoy anything. The last time this happened, we were in Australia, where I'd gone to attend a conference. Hugh had all the free time in the world, but mine was limited to 4 hours on a Saturday morning. There's a lot to do in Sydney, but first on my list was a visit to the Taronga Zoo, where I hoped to see a dingo. I never caught that Meryl Streep movie, and as a result, the creature was a complete mystery to me. Were someone to say, I left my window open and a dingo flew in, I would have believed it. And if they said, dingoes, our pond is completely overrun with them, I would have believed that as well. Two-legged, four-legged, finned, or feathered, I simply had no idea, which was exciting, actually, a rarity in the age of the 24-hour Nature Channel. Hugh offered to draw me a picture, but having come this far, I wanted to extend my ignorance just a little bit longer, to stand before the cage or tank and see this thing for myself. It would be a glorious occasion, and I didn't want to spoil it at the 11th hour. I also didn't want to go alone, and this was where our problem started. Hugh had spent most of his week swimming and had dark circles beneath his eyes, twin impressions left by his goggles. When in the ocean, he goes out for hours, passing the lifeguard buoys and moving into international waters. It looks as though he's trying to swim home, which is embarrassing when you're the one left on shore with your hosts. He honestly does like it here, I said. Had it been raining, he might have willingly joined me, but as it was, Hugh had no interest in dingoes. It took a solid hour of whining to change his mind. But even then, his heart wasn't in it. Anyone could see that. We took the ferry to the zoo, and while on board, he stared longingly at the water and made little paddling motions with his hands. Every second wound him tighter, and when we landed, I literally had to run to keep up with him. The koalas were just a blur, as were the visitors who stood before them, posing for photos. Can't we just, I wheezed, but Hugh was rounding the emus and couldn't hear me. He has the most extraordinary sense of direction I've ever seen in a mammal. Even in Venice, where the streets were seemingly designed by ants, he left the train station, looked once at a map, and led us straight to our hotel. An hour after checking in, he was giving directions to strangers. And by the time he left, he was suggesting shortcuts to gondoliers. Maybe he smelled the dingoes. Maybe he'd seen their pen from the window of the plane. But whatever his secret, he ran right to them. I caught up a minute later and bent from the waist to catch my breath. Then I covered my face, stood upright, and slowly parted my fingers, seeing first a fence, and then, behind it, a shallow moat filled with water. I saw some trees and a tail, and then I couldn't stand it anymore and dropped my hands. Why, they look just like dogs, I said. Are you sure we're in the right place? Nobody answered, and I turned to find myself standing beside an embarrassed Japanese woman. I'm sorry, I said. I thought you were the person I'd brought halfway around the world. First class. A zoo is a good place to make a spectacle of yourself. as the people around you have creepier, more photogenic things to look at. A gorilla pleasures himself while eating a head of iceberg lettuce. And it's much more entertaining than the 50-something-year-old man who dashes around talking to himself. For me, that talk is always the same, a rehearsal of my farewell speech, because this time, buddy, it is over. I mean it. I imagine myself packing a suitcase, throwing stuff in without bothering to fold it. If you find yourself missing me, you might want to get a dog, an old fat one that can run to catch up and make that distant panting sound you've grown so accustomed to. Me, though, I am finished. I will walk out the door and never look back, never return his calls, never open his letters. The pots and pans, all the things that we acquired together, he can have them. That's how unfeeling I will be. Clean start, that's my motto. So what do I need with a shoebox full of photographs? Or the tan-colored belt he gave me for my 33rd birthday, back when we first met, and he did not yet understand that a belt is something you get from your aunt. And not your boyfriend. I don't care who made it. After that, though, he got pretty good in the gift-giving department. A lifelike mechanical hog covered in real pigskin. A professional microscope offered at the height of my arachnology phase. And best of all, a 17th century painting of a Dutch peasant changing a dirty diaper. Those things I would keep, and why not? I'd also take the desk he gave me and the fireplace mantle and, just on principle, the drafting table, which he clearly bought for himself and tried to pass off as a Christmas present. Now it seemed that I would be leaving in a van rather than on foot. But still, I was going to do it, so help me. I pictured myself pulling away from the front of our building, and then I remembered that I don't drive. Hugh would have to do that for me. And well, he should, after everything he'd put me through. Another problem was where this van might go. An apartment, obviously, but how would I get it? It's all I can do to open my mouth at the post office, so how am I going to talk to a real estate agent? The language aspect has nothing to do with it, as I'm no more likely to house hunt in New York than I am in Paris. When discussing sums over $60, I tend to sweat. Not just on my forehead, but all over. 5 minutes at the bank and my shirt is transparent. 10 minutes and I'm stuck to my seat. I lost 12 pounds getting the last apartment, and all I had to do was sign my name. Hugh handled the rest of it. On the bright side, I have money, though I'm not exactly sure how to get my hands on it. Bank statements arrive regularly, but I don't open anything that's not personally addressed or doesn't look like a free sample. Hugh takes care of all that, opening the icky mail and actually reading it. He knows when our insurance payments are due, when it's time to renew our visas, when the warranty on the washer is about to expire. I don't think we'll need to extend this, he'll say, knowing that if the machine stops working, he'll fix it himself, the way he fixes everything. But not me. If I lived alone and something broke, I'd just work around it. Use a paint bucket instead of a toilet. Buy an ice chest and turn the dead refrigerator into an armoire. Call a repairman? Never. Do it myself? That'll be the day. I've been around for over half a century, yet still I'm afraid of everything and everyone. A child sits beside me on a plane and I make conversation, thinking how stupid I must sound. The downstairs neighbors invite me to a party, and after claiming that I have a previous engagement, I spend the entire evening confined to my bed, afraid to walk around because they might hear my footsteps. I do not know how to turn up the heat, send an email, call the answering machine for my messages, or do anything even remotely creative with a chicken. Hugh takes care of all that, and when he's out of town, I eat like a wild animal. The meat still pink with hair or feathers clinging to it. So is it any wonder that he runs from me? No matter how angry I get, it always comes down to this. I'm going to leave, and then what? Move in with my dad. 30 minutes of pure rage. And when I finally spot him, I realize that I've never been so happy to see anyone in my life. There you are, I say. And when he asks where I have been, I answer honestly and tell him I was lost.
Ladies and gentlemen, please meet David Sedaris.
Hello, and welcome to my little world. This is a story I wrote shortly after moving to France in 1998, and it's called Pickapocatoni. It was July, and my boyfriend Hugh and I were taking the Paris metro from our neighborhood to a store where we hoped to buy a good deal of burlap. The store was located on the other side of town, and the trip involved taking one train and then switching to another. During the summer months, a great number of American vacationers can be found riding the metro, and their voices tend to carry. It's something I hadn't noticed until leaving home, but we are a loud people. The trumpeting elephants of the human race. Questions, observations, the locations of blisters and rashes. Everything is delivered as though it were an announcement. On the first of our two trains, I listened to a quartet of college-age Texans who sat beneath a sign instructing passengers to surrender their folding seats and stand should the foyer of the train become too crowded. The foyer of the train quickly became too crowded, and while the others stood to make more room, the young Texans remained seated and raised their voices in order to continue their debate. The topic being, which is a better city, Houston or Paris? It was a hot afternoon, and the subject of air conditioning came into play. Houston had it, Paris did not. Houston also had ice cubes, tacos, plenty of free parking, and something called a Sonic burger. Things were not looking good for Paris, which lost valuable points every time the train stopped to accept more passengers. The crowds packed in, surrounding the seated Texans and reducing them to four disembodied voices. From the far corner of the car, one of them shouted that they were tired and dirty and ready to catch the next plane home. The voice was weary and hopeless, and I identified completely. It was the same way I'd felt on my last visit to Houston. Hugh and I disembarked to the strains of Texas, Our Texas, and boarded our second train, where an American couple in their late 40s stood hugging the floor-to-ceiling support pole. There's no sign saying so, but such poles are not considered private. They're put there for everyone's use. You don't treat it like a fireman's pole. Rather, you grasp it with one hand and stand back at a respectable distance. It's not all that difficult to figure out, even if you come from a town without any public transportation. The train left the station, and needing something to hold on to, I wedged my hand between the American couple and grabbed the pole at waist level. The man then turned to the woman saying, "P.U., can you smell that? That is pure French, baby." He removed one of his hands and waved it back and forth in front of his face. "Yes, indeed," he said. "This little froggy is ripe." It took a moment to realize he was talking about me. The woman wrinkled her nose. "Golly, Pete," she said, "do they all smell this bad?" "It's pretty typical," the man said. "I'm willing to bet that our little friend here hasn't had a bath in a good 2 weeks. I mean, Jesus Christ. Someone should hang a deodorizer around this guy's neck." The woman laughed, saying, "You crack me up, Martin. I swear you do." It's a common mistake for vacationing Americans to assume that everyone around them is French and therefore speaks no English whatsoever. These two didn't seem like exceptionally mean people. Back home, they probably would have had the decency to whisper, but here they felt free to say whatever they wanted. face to face, and in a normal tone of voice. It was a way someone might talk in front of a building or a painting they found particularly unpleasant. An experienced traveler could have told by looking at my shoes that I wasn't French. And even if I were French, it's not as if English is some mysterious tribal dialect. They happen to teach it in schools all over the world. There are no eligibility requirements. Anyone can learn it, even people who reportedly smell bad, despite the fact that they've just taken a bath and are wearing clean clothes. Because they had used the word froggy and complained about my odor, I was now licensed to hate this couple as much as I wanted. This made me happy, as I'd wanted to hate them from the moment I'd entered the subway car and seen them hugging the pole. Unleashed by their insults, I was now free to criticize Martin's clothing. The pleated denim shorts, the baseball cap, the T-shirt advertising a San Diego pizza restaurant, sunglasses hung from his neck on a fluorescent cable, and the couple's bright new his and her sneakers suggested they might be headed somewhere dressy for dinner. Comfort has its place, but it seems rude to visit another country dressed as if you've come to mow its lawns. The man named Martin was in the process of showing the woman what he referred to as my Paris. He looked at the subway map and announced that at some point during their stay, he'd maybe take her to the Louvre, which he pronounced as having two distinct syllables, Louvre. I'm hardly qualified to belittle anyone else's pronunciation, but he was setting himself up, acting like such an expert. Yeah, he said, letting out a breath, I thought we might head over there someday this week and do some nosing around. It's not for everyone, but something tells me that you might like it. People are often frightened of Parisians, but an American in Paris will find no harsher critic than another American. France isn't even my country, but there I was, deciding that these people needed to be sent back home, preferably in chains. In disliking them, I was forced to recognize my own pretension, and that made me hate them even more. The train took a curve, and when I moved my hand further up the pole, the man turned to the woman saying, Carol, hey, Carol, watch out. That guy's going after your wallet. What? Your wallet, Martin said. That joker's trying to steal your wallet. Move your pocketbook to the front where he can't get at it. She froze, and he repeated himself, barking, the front! Move your pocketbook around to the front. Do it now. The guy's a pickpocket. The woman named Carol grabbed for the strap on her shoulder and moved her pocketbook so that it now rested on her stomach. Wow, she said. I sure didn't see that coming. Well, you've never been to Paris before, but let that be a lesson for you. Martin glared at me. His eyes narrowed to slits. This city is full of stink pots like our little friend here. Let your guard down and they'll take you for everything you've got. Now I was a stink pot and a thief. It occurred to me to say something, but I thought it might be better to wait and see what he came up with next. Besides, if I said something at this point, he probably would have apologized, and I wasn't interested in that. His embarrassment would have pleased me, but once he recovered, there would be that awkward period that sometimes culminates in a handshake. I didn't want to touch these people's hands or see things from their point of view. I just wanted to continue hating them. So I kept my mouth shut and stared off into space. The train stopped at the next station. Passengers got off, and Carol and Martin moved to occupy two folding seats located beside the door. I thought they might ease on to another topic, but Martin was on a roll now, and there was no stopping him. It was some a-hole like him that stole my wallet on my last trip to Paris, he said, nodding his head in my direction. He got me on the subway. Came up from behind, and I never felt a thing. Cash, credit card, driver's license, poof. All of it gone, just like that. I pictured a scoreboard reading Marty, 0, Stinkpots, 1. And I clenched my fist in support of the home team. What you've got to understand is that these creeps are practiced professionals, he said. I mean, they've really got it down to an art, if you can call that an art form. I wouldn't call it an art form, Carol said. Art is beautiful, but taking people's wallets, that stinks in my opinion. You got that right, Martin said. The thing is that these jokers usually work in pairs. He squinted toward the opposite end of the train. Odds are that he's probably got a partner somewhere on this subway car. You think so? I know so, he said. They usually time it so that one of them clips your wallet just as the train pulls into the station. The other guy's job is to run interference and trip you up once you catch wind of what's going on. Then the train stops, the doors open, and they disappear into the crowd. If Stinky there had gotten his way, he'd probably be halfway to Timbuktu by now. I mean, make no mistake, these guys are fast. I'm not the sort of person normally mistaken for being fast and well-coordinated. And because of this, I found Martin's assumption to be oddly flattering. Stealing wallets was nothing to be proud of, but I liked being thought of as cunning and professional. I'd been up until 4 a.m. the night before, reading a book about recluse spiders, but to him, the circles beneath my eyes likely reflected a long evening spent snatching flies out of the air, or whatever it is that pickpockets do for practice. The meatball, he said. Look at him, just standing there, waiting for his next victim. If I had my way, he'd be picking pockets with his teeth. An eye for an eye, that's what I say. Someone ought to chop the guy's hands off and feed him to the dogs. Oh, I thought, but first you'll have to catch me. It just gets my goat, he said. I mean, where's a Polizioni when you need one? Polizioni? Where did he think he was? I tried to imagine Martin's conversation with the French policeman and pictured him waving his arms, shouting, "That man tried to pick up my friend's pocketoni." I wanted very much to hear such a conversation and decided I would take the wallet from Hugh's back pocket as we left the train. Martin would watch me steal from a supposed stranger and most likely intercede. He'd put me in a headlock or yell for help, and when a crowd gathered, I'd say, "What's the problem? Is it against the law to borrow money from my own boyfriend?" If the police came, Hugh would explain the situation in his perfect French, while I'd toss in a few of my more polished phrases. "The guy's crazy," I'd say, pointing at Martin. "I think he is drunk. Look at how his face is swollen." I was practicing these lines to myself when Hugh came up from behind and tapped me on the shoulder, signaling that the next stop was ours. "There you go," Martin said. "That's him. That's the partner. Didn't I tell you he was around here somewhere? They always work in pairs. It's the oldest trick in the book." Hugh had been reading the paper and had no idea what had been going on. It was too late now to pretend to pick his pocket, and I was stuck without a decent backup plan. As we pulled into the station, I recalled an afternoon 10 years earlier. I'd been riding the Chicago L with my sister Amy, who was getting off 3 or 4 stops ahead of me. The doors opened, and as she stepped out of the crowded car, she turned back to yell, "So long, David. Good luck beating that rape charge." Everyone on board turned to stare at me. Some seemed curious, some seemed frightened, but the overwhelming majority appeared to hate me with a passion I had never before encountered. "That's my sister," I said. "She likes to joke around." I laughed and smiled, but it did no good. Every gesture made me appear more guilty, and I wound up getting off at the next stop rather than continue riding alongside people who thought of me as a rapist. I wanted to say something that good to Martin, but I can't think as fast as Amy. In the end, this man would go home, warning his friends to watch out for pickpockets in Paris. He'd be the same old Martin, but at least for the next few seconds, I still had the opportunity to be somebody different, somebody quick and dangerous. The dangerous me noticed how Martin tightened his fists when the train pulled to a stop. Carol held her pocketbook close against her chest and sucked in her breath as Hugh and I stepped out of the car, no longer finicky little boyfriends on their overseas experiment, but rogues, accomplices halfway to Timbuktu. When it comes to being written about, my dad is an incredibly good sport. That's why I dedicated my third book to him. One day he'll open it up, and when that happens, I think he'll really be touched. This is called I'll Eat What He's Wearing. We're in Paris, eating dinner in a nice restaurant, and my father is telling a story. So, he says, I found this brown something or other in my suitcase, and I started chewing on it, thinking that maybe it was part of a cookie. Had you packed any cookies? My friend Maya asks. My father considers this an irrelevant question and brushes it off, saying, not that I know of, but that's not the point. So you found this thing in your suitcase, and your first instinct was to put it in your mouth? Well, yeah, he says, sure I did. But the thing is, he continues his story, but aside from my sisters and me, his audience is snagged on what would strike any sane adult as a considerable stumbling block. Why would a full-grown man place a foreign object into his mouth? Especially if it was brown and discovered in a rarely used suitcase. It is a reasonable question, partially answered when the coffee arrives and my father slips a fistful of sugar into the pocket of his sport coat. Had my friends seen the blackened banana lying on my bed, they might have understood my father's story and enjoyed it on its own merit. As it stood, however, an explanation was in order. For as long as I can remember, my father has saved. He saves money. He saves disfigured sticks that resemble disfigured celebrities. And most of all, he saves food. Cherry tomatoes, sausage biscuits, the olives plucked from other people's martinis. He hides these things in strange places until they are rotten, and then he eats them. I used to think of this as standard Greek behavior until I realized that ours was the only car in the church parking lot consistently swarmed by bees. My father hid peaches in the trunk. He hid pastries in the tool shed and the laundry room, and then he wondered where all the ants were coming from. Opened the cabinet in the master bathroom, and to this day you will find expired six-packs of Seago, a chalky dietary milkshake popular in the late 60s. Crowded beside liquefied nectarines and rock-hard Kaiser rolls, the cans relax, dented and lint-covered, against the nastiest shaving kit you have ever seen in your life. There are those who attribute my father's hoarding to being raised during the Depression, but my mother was not one of them. Please, she used to say, I had it much worse than him, but you don't see me hiding figs. The reference to figs was telling. My father hid them until they assumed the consistency of tar. But why did he bother? No one else in my family would have gone anywhere near a fig, regardless of its age. There were never any potato chips tucked into his food vaults, no chocolate bars or marshmallow figurines. The question, asked continually throughout our childhoods, was, who is he hiding these things from? Aside from the usual insects and the well-publicized starving people in India, we failed to see any potential takers. You wouldn't catch our neighbors scraping mold off their strawberries, but to our father there was nothing so rotten that it couldn't be eaten. It was people who were spoiled, not food. It's fine, he'd say, watching as a swarm of flies deposited their hatchlings into the decaying flesh of a pineapple. There's nothing wrong with that. I'd eat it. And he would, if the price was right. And the price was always right. Because she fell for words like fresh-picked and vine-ripened, our mother was defined as a spendthrift. You couldn't trust a patsy like that, especially in the marketplace. So armed with a thick stack of coupons, our father did the shopping himself. Accompanying him to the grocery store, my sisters and I were encouraged to think of the produce aisle as an all-you-can-eat buffet. Tart apples, cherries, grapes, and unblemished tangerines. He was of the opinion that because they weren't wrapped, these things were free for the taking. The store managers thought differently, and it was always just a matter of time before someone was sent to stop him. The head of the produce department would arrive, and my father, his mouth full of food, would demand to be taken into the back room, a virtual morgue where unwanted food rested between death and burial. Due to the stench and what our mother referred to as one small scrap of dignity, my sisters and I rarely entered that back room. It seemed best to distance ourselves, so we would pretend to be other people's children. Until our father returned, bearing defeated fruits and vegetables that bore no resemblance to those he had earlier enjoyed with such abandon. The message was that if something is free, you should take only the best. If, on the other hand, you're forced to pay, it's best to lower the bar and not be so choosy. Quit your belly aching, he'd say, tossing a family pack of anemic pork chops into the cart. Meat is supposed to be gray. They doctor up the color for the ads and so forth, but there's nothing wrong with these. You'll see. I've never known our father to buy anything not marked, reduced for quick sale. Without that orange tag, an item was virtually invisible to him. The problem was that he never associated quick sale with immediate consumption. Upon returning from the store, he would put the meat into the freezer, hide his favorite fruits in the bathroom cabinet, and stuff everything else into the crisper. It was, of course, too late for crisp, but he took the refrigerator drawer at its word, insisting it was capable of reviving the dead and returning them, hale and vibrant, to the prime of their lives. Subjected to a few days in his beloved crisper, a carrot would become as pale and soft as a flaccid penis. Hey, he'd say, someone ought to eat this before it goes bad. He'd take a bite and the rest of us would wince at the unnatural silence. Too weak to resist, the carrot quietly surrendered to the force of his jaws. An overcooked hot dog would have made more noise. Wiping the juice from his lips, he would insist that this was the best carrot he'd ever eaten. You guys don't know what you're missing. I think we had a pretty good idea. Even in our most selfish, we could understand why someone might be frugal with 6 children to support. We hoped our father might ease up and learn to treat himself once we all left home, but if anything, he's only gotten worse. Nothing will convince him that his fortunes might not suddenly reverse, reducing him to a diet of fingernail clippings or soups made from fallen leaves. The market will collapse or the crops will fail. Invading armies will go door to door, taking even our condiments. Yet my father will tough it out. Retired now and living alone, he continues to eat like a scavenging bird. We used to return home for Christmas every year, my brothers, sisters, and I, making it a point to call ahead, offering to bring whatever was needed for the traditional holiday meal. No, I already got the lamb, our father would say. Grape leaves, phyllo dough, potatoes. I got everything on the list. Yes, but when did you get these things? An honest man, except when it comes to food, our father would lie, claiming to have just returned from the pricey new fresh market. Did you get the beans, we'd ask? Sure I did. Let me hear you snap one. Come Christmas Eve, we would fly home and find a leg of lamb thawing beneath 6 inches of frost, the purchase date revealing that it had been bought midway through the Carter administration. Age had already mashed the potatoes. The grape leaves bore fur, and it was clear that when spoken to earlier on the phone, Our father had snapped his fingers in imitation of a healthy green bean. "Why the long faces?" he'd ask. "It's Christmas. Cheer up, for Christ's sake." Tired of rancid oleo and perfectly good milk resembling blue cheese dressing, my family began taking turns hosting Christmas dinner. This past year, it was mine, and those who could afford it agreed to join me in Paris. I met my father's plane at Charles de Gaulle, and as we were walking toward the taxi stand, a bag of peanuts fell from the pouch of his suitcase. These were not peanuts handed out on his recent flight, but something acquired years earlier, back when all planes had propellers, and pilots wore leather helmets and long flowing scarves. I picked up the bag and felt its contents crumple and turn to dust. "Give me those, will you?" My father tucked the peanuts inside his breast pocket, saving them for later. Back at the apartment, he unpacked. I thought the cat had defecated on my bed, until I realized that the object on my pillow was not a turd, but a shriveled black banana he had brought all the way to Paris from its hiding place beneath the bathroom sink. "Here," he said, "I'll give you half of it." He'd brought a pear as well and had wrapped it in plastic bags so that its pus wouldn't stain the clothing he had packed a day earlier, but bought long before he was married. As with his food, my father is faithful to his wardrobe, operating on the assumption that sooner or later, even the toga will make a comeback. He holds on to his clothing and continues to wear things long after they've begun to disintegrate. Included in his suitcase was a battered suede cap bought in Kansas City shortly after the war. This was the cap that would figure into his story later that night when we joined my sisters and a few friends at a nice Paris restaurant. "So," he says, "I found this brown-colored something or other in my suitcase, and I must have chewed on the thing for a good 5 minutes until I realized I was eating the brim of my cap. Can you beat that? A piece of it must have broken off during the flight, but hell, how was I supposed to know what it was?" My friend Maya finds this amusing. "So you literally ate your hat?" "Well, yes," he says, "but not the whole thing. I stopped after the first few bites." An outsider might think that he stopped for practical reasons, but my sisters and I know better. Because it didn't kill him, the cap had proved edible. I would now be savored and appreciated in a different way. No longer considered an article of clothing, it would return to its native land, where it would move from the closet to the bathroom cabinet, joining the ranks of the spoiled to wait for the coming famine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please meet David Sedaris.
Thank you for having me. I was going to read a story called Laugh Kookaburra that was published in the New Yorker and has not appeared in a book. I've been to Australia twice so far, but according to my father, I've never actually seen it. He made this observation at the home of my cousin Joan, whom he and I visited just before Christmas, and it came on the heels of an equally aggressive comment. "Well," he said, "David's a better reader than he is a writer." This from someone who hasn't opened a book since Dave Stockton's putt to win in 1996. He's never been to Australia either, never even come close. "No matter," he told me. "In order to see the country, you have to see the countryside, and you've only been to Sydney." "And Melbourne, and Brisbane," I said, "and I have too gone to the country." "Like hell you have." "All right," I said, "let's get Hugh on the phone. He'll tell you. He'll even send you pictures." Joan and her family live in Binghamton, New York. They don't see my father and me that often, so it was pretty lousy to sit at their table. he and I bickering like an old married couple. Ashamed by the bad impression we were making, I dropped the countryside business, and as my dad moved on to other people's shortcomings, I thought back to the previous summer in my 23-hour flight from London to Sydney. I was in Australia on business, and because someone else was paying for the ticket and it would be possible to stop in Japan on our way home, Hugh joined me. This is not to put Australia down, but we'd already gone once before. Then, too, spend that much time on a plane and you're entitled to a whole new world when you step off at the other end. The planet Mercury, say, or at the very least, Mexico City. For an American, though, Australia seems pretty familiar. Same wide streets, same office towers. It's Canada in a thong. Or at least that's the initial impression. I hate to admit it, but my dad was right about the countryside. Hugh and I didn't see much of it, but we wouldn't have seen anything were it not for a woman named Pat, who was born in Melbourne and has lived there for most of her life. We'd met her a few years earlier in Paris, where she'd come to spend a mid-July vacation. Over drinks in our living room, her face dewed with sweat, she taught us the term shout, as in, I'm shouting lunch. This means that you're treating and that you don't want any lip about it. You can also say, it's my shout, or I'll shout the next round, she told us. We kept in touch after her visit, and when my work was done and I was given a day and a half to spend as I liked, Pat offered herself as a guide. On that first afternoon, she showed us around Melbourne and shouted coffee. The following morning, she picked us up at our hotel and drove us into what she called the bush. I expected a wasteland of dust and human bones. But in fact, it was nothing like that. When Australians say the bush, they mean the woods, the forest. First, though, we had to get out of Melbourne and drive beyond the seemingly endless suburbs. It was August, the dead of winter, and so we had the windows rolled up. The homes we passed were made of wood, many with high fences around the backyards. They didn't look exactly like American houses, but I couldn't quite identify the difference. Was it the roofs, I wondered? The siding? Pat was driving, and as we passed the turnoff for a shopping center, she invited us to picture a 4-burner stove. Gas or electric, Hugh asked, and she said that it didn't matter. This was not a real stove, but a symbolic one, used to prove a point at a management seminar she had once attended. 1 burner represents your family, 1 is your friends, the 3rd is your health, and the 4th is your work. The gist, she said, was that in order to be successful, you have to cut off 1 of your burners. And in order to be really successful, you have to cut off 2. Pat has her own business, a good one that's allowing her to retire at 55. She owns 3 houses and 2 cars, but even without the stuff, she seems like a genuinely happy person, and that alone constitutes success. I asked which 2 burners she had cut off, and she said that the first to go had been family. After that, she switched off her health. How about you? I thought for a moment and said that I'd cut off my friends. It's nothing to be proud of, but after meeting Hugh, I quit making an effort. And what else? She asked. Health, I guess. Hugh's answer was work. And? Just work, he said. I asked Pat why she'd cut off her family, and with no trace of bitterness, she talked about her parents, severe alcoholics, the both of them. They drank away their jobs and credit. Because they were broke, they moved a lot, most often in the middle of the night. This made it hard to have a pet, though for a short time, Pat and her sister managed to own a sheep. It was an old beat-up ram they named Mr. Preston. He was lovely and good-natured until my father sent him off to be shorn, Pat said. When he returned, there were bald patches and horrible deep cuts like stab wounds in his skin. Then we moved to an apartment and had to get rid of him. She looked at her hands on the steering wheel. Poor old Mr. Preston. I hadn't thought about him in years. It was around this time that we finally entered the bush. Hugh pointed out the window at a still lump of dirty fur lying beside a fallen tree, and Pat caroled, "Roadkill." Then she pulled over so we could take a closer look. Since leaving Melbourne, we'd been climbing higher into the foothills. The temperature had dropped, and there were graying patches of snow on the ground. I had on a sweater and a jacket, but they weren't quite enough, and I shivered as we walked toward the body and saw that it was a what exactly? A teenage kangaroo? A wallaby, Pat corrected me. The thing had been struck but not run over. It hadn't decomposed or been disfigured, and I was surprised by the shoddiness of its coat. It was as if you bred a rabbit with a mule. Then there was the tail, which reminded me of a lance. "Hugh," I called, "come here and look at the wallaby." It's his belief that in marveling at a dead roadside animal, you may as well have killed it yourself. Not accidentally, but on purpose. Cackling, most likely, as you ran it down. Therefore, he stayed in the car. "It's your loss," I called. And a great cloud of steam issued from my mouth. Our destination that afternoon was a place called Daylesford, which looked, when we arrived, more like a movie set than an actual working town. The buildings on the main street were 2 stories tall and made of wood, like buildings in the Old West, but brightly painted. Here was the shop selling handmade soaps shaped like pettifours. Here was the fudgery, the jammery, your source for moisturizer. If Dodge City had been founded and maintained by homosexuals, this is what it might have looked like. "The spas are fantastic," Pat said. And she parked the car in front of a puppet shop. From there, we walked down a slight hill, passing a flock of sulfur-crested cockatoos, just milling about, pulling worms from the front lawn of a bed and breakfast. This was a moment when familiarity slipped away, and Australia seemed not just distant, but impossibly foreign. "Will you look at that?" I said. It was Pat who had made the lunch reservation. The restaurant was attached to a hotel, and on arriving, we were seated beside a picture window. The view was of a wooden deck, and immediately beyond it, a small lake. On a sunny day, it was probably blinding, but the winter sky was like brushed aluminum. The water beneath it had the same dull sheen, and its surface reflected nothing. Even before the menus were handed out, you could see what sort of a place this was. Order the pork, and it might resemble a rough-hewn raft, stranded by tides on a narrow beach of polenta. Fish might come with shredded turnips or a pablum of coddled fruit. The younger an ingredient, the more highly it was valued. Thus the baby chicken, the baby spinach, the newborn asparagus. Each pale stalk as slender as a fang. As always in a fancy restaurant, I asked Hugh to order for me. "Whatever you think," I told him, "just so long as there's no chocolate in it." He and Pat weighed our options, and I watched the hostess seat a party of 8. Bringing up the rear was a woman in her mid-30s, pretty and with a baby on her shoulder. Its back was covered with a shawl, but to judge from the size, it looked extremely young, a month old, tops. "Keep it away from the chef," I thought. Hugh showed me a funny word combination on the menu, and then I returned my attention to the table of newcomers and saw that the child had not shifted position. Its mother was running her hand over its back, almost as if she were feeling for a switch. And when the top of the shawl fell away, I saw that this was not a baby, but a baby doll. "Psst," I whispered. And when Pat raised her eyes, I directed them to the other side of the room. "Is that normal in Australia?" I asked. "Maybe it's a grieving thing," she offered. Maybe she lost a baby in childbirth, and this is helping her to work through it. There's a definite line between looking and staring. And after I was caught crossing it, I turned toward the window. On the highest rail of the deck was a wooden platform, and standing upon it, looking directly into my eyes, was what I knew to be a kookaburra. The thing was as big as a seagull, but squatter, squarer, and all done up in earth tones, the complete spectrum from beige to dark walnut. When seen full on, the feathers atop his head looked like brush-cut hair, and that gave him a brutish, almost a conservative look. If owls were the professors of the avian kingdom, then kookaburras, I thought, might well be the gym teachers. When the waitress arrived, I pointed out the window and asked her a half a dozen questions, all of them fear-based. "Oh," she said, "that bird's not going to hurt anybody." She took our orders, and then she must have spoken to one of the waiters. He was a tall fellow, college age, and he approached our table with a covered bowl in his hands. I assumed it was an appetizer, but it seemed instead that it was for the kookaburra. "Would you like to step outside and feed him?" he asked. I wanted to say that between the wallaby and the baby doll, I was already overstimulated. But how often in life do you get such an offer? That's how I found myself out on the deck, holding what turned out to be a bowl of raw duck meat, cut into slender strips. At the sight of it, the bird stood up and flew onto my arm, which buckled slightly beneath his weight. "Don't be afraid," the waiter said, and he talked to the kookaburra in a soothing, respectful voice, the way you might to a child with a switchblade in his hand. For that's what this thing's beak was, a serious weapon. I held a strip of raw duck, and after yanking it from my fingers, the bird flew back to the railing. Then he took the meat and began slamming it against his wooden platform. Whap! 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 Over and over, as if he were tenderizing it. "This is what he'd do in the wild with snakes and lizards and such," the waiter said. "He thinks it's still alive, see? He thinks he's killing it." The kookaburra must have slammed the meat against the wooden platform a good 10 times. Only then did he swallow it and look up expectantly for more. I took another strip from the bowl, and the action repeated itself. Whap! 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 On or about his third helping, I got used to the feel of a bird on my arm and started thinking about other things. Starting with the word kookaburra. I first heard it in the 5th grade when our music teacher went on an Australian kick. She taught us to sing Waltzing Matilda, Tie Me Kangaroo Down, and what we called simply kookaburra. Taken as a whole, I had never heard such craziness in my life. The first song, for instance, included the words jumbuck, billabong, swagman, and tucker bag, none of which were ever explained. The more nonsensical the lyric, the harder it was to remember, and that, most likely, is why I retained the song about the kookaburra. It was less abstract than the others. I recall that after school that day, I taught it to my sister Amy, who must have been in the 1st grade at the time. We sang it in the car, we sang it at the table, and then one night we sang it in her bed, the two of us laying side by side and rocking back and forth. Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree. We'd been at it for half an hour when the door flung open. What the hell is going on? It was our father, one hand resting teapot style on his hip, and the other, what would be the spout, formed into a fist. He was dressed in his standard around-the-house outfit, which is to say, his underpants. No matter the season, he wore them without a shirt or socks, the way a toddler might pad about in a diaper. For as long as any of us could remember, this was the way it went. He returned home from work and stepped out of his slacks, sighing with relief, as if they were oppressive, like high heels. All said, my father looked good in his underpants, better than the guys in the Penny's catalog, who were, in my opinion, consistently weak in the leg department. Silhouetted in the doorway, he resembled a wrestler. Maybe not one in tip-top condition, but he was closer than any of the other dads on our street. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, for God's sake. David, go to your room. Lucid Eris claiming it was 1 a.m. meant that it was, at best, 10:30. Still, there was no point in arguing. Down in the basement, I went to my room, and he resumed his position in front of the TV. Within a few minutes, he was snoring, and I crept back upstairs to join Amy for another 20 rounds. Kookaburra sits in the old gum tree. Mary, Mary, king of the bush is he. It didn't take long for our father to rally. Did I not tell you to go to your room? What would strike me afterwards was the innocence of it. If I had children and they stayed up late, singing a song about a bird, I believe I would find it charming. I knew I had those two for a reason, I think I'd say to myself. I might go so far as to secretly record them and submit the tape in a My Kids Are Cuter Than Yours competition. My dad, by contrast, clearly didn't see it that way, which was strange to me. It's not like we were ruining his TV reception. He couldn't even hear us from that distance. So what did he have to complain about? All right, Sonny, I'm giving you 10 seconds. 1, 2. I guess what he resented was being dismissed. Had our mother told us to shut up, we probably would have done it. Him, on the other hand, sitting around in his underpants, it just didn't seem that important. At the count of 6, I pushed back the covers. I'm going, I spat. And once again, I followed my father downstairs. 10 minutes later, I was back. Amy cleared a space for me, and we picked up where we had left off. Laugh, kookaburra, gay your life must be. Actually, maybe it was that last bit that bothered him. An 11-year-old boy in bed with his sister, not just singing about a bird, but doing it as best he could, rocking back and forth, and imagining himself on stage, possibly wearing a cape, and performing before a multitude. The third time he came into the room, our father was a wild man. Even worse, he was wielding a prop, the dreaded fraternity paddle. It looked like a beaver's tail made out of wood. In my memory, there were Greek letters burned into one side, and crowded around them were the signatures of other beta epsilons, men we'd never met, with old-fashioned nicknames like Lefty and Slivers, names to me as synonymous with misfortune as Smith and Wesson. Our father didn't bring out the paddle very often, but when he did, he always used it. All right, you, let's get this over with. Amy knew that she had nothing to worry about. He was after me, the instigator, and so she propped herself against the pillows, drawing up her legs as I scooted to the other side of the bed, then stood there dancing from foot to foot. It was the worst possible strategy, as evasion only made him angrier. Still, who in his right mind would surrender to such a punishment? He got me eventually, the first blows landing just beneath my kneecaps. Then down I went, and he moved in on my upper thigh. Whap! 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 And while it certainly hurt, I have to say that he didn't go overboard. He never did. I asked him about it once when I was around 14, and he chalked it up to a combination of common sense and remarkable self-control. I know that if I don't stop myself early, I'll kill you. As always, after a paddling, I returned to my room, vowing never to talk to my father again. To hell with him. To hell with my mother, who'd done nothing to stop him. To hell with Amy for not taking a few licks herself. And to hell with the others who were, by now, certainly whispering about it. I didn't have the analogy of the stovetop back then, but what I'd done was turn off the burner marked family. Then I'd locked my door and sat there simmering, knowing even then that without them, I was nothing. Not a son or a brother, but just a boy. And how could that ever be enough? As a full-grown man, it seems no different. Cut off your family, and how would you know who you are? Cut them off in order to gain success, and how could that success be measured? What would it possibly mean? I thought of this as the kookaburra, finally full, swallowed his last strip of duck meat and took off over the lake. Inside the restaurant, our first courses had arrived, and I watched through the window as Hugh and Pat considered their plates. I should have gone inside right then, but I needed another minute to take it all in and acknowledge, if only to myself, that I really did have it made. A storybook town on the far side of the world. Enough in my pocket to shout a fancy lunch, and the sound of that bird in the distant trees, laughing, laughing. Esquire magazine put out a special style issue, and maybe because I don't have any, they asked me to contribute. The essay I wrote was arranged into different little chapters, and this was one of them, called With a Pal Like This, Who Needs Enemies? I've always liked the idea of accessories, those little pick-me-ups designed to invigorate what has come to feel drab and predictable. A woman might rejuvenate her outfit with a vintage Hermes scarf or a jaunty rope belt, but the options for men aren't nearly so interesting. I have no use for cufflinks or suspenders, and while I'll occasionally pick up a new tie, it hardly leaves me feeling kicky. Hidden accessories can do the trick, but again, they're mainly the province of women. Garter belt and lingerie, yes. Sock garter and microbrief, no. It was my search for something discreet, masculine, and practical that led me to the Stadium Pal, an external catheter currently being marketed to sports fans, truck drivers, and anyone else who's tired of searching for a bathroom. At first inspection, the device met all my criteria. Was it masculine? Yes. And proudly so. Knowing that no sensible female would ever voluntarily choose to pee in her pants, the manufacturers went ahead and designed a product exclusively for men. Unlike a regular catheter, which is inserted directly into the penis, the Stadium Pal connects by way of a self-adhesive condom, which is then attached to a flexible rubber tube. Urine flows through the tube and collects in the Freedom leg bag, conveniently attached to the user's calf. The bag can be emptied and reused up to 12 times, making it both disgusting and cost-effective. And what could be manlier? Was it discreet? According to the brochure, unless you wore it with shorts, no one needed to know anything about it. Was it practical? At the time, yes. I don't drive or attend football games, but I did have a book tour coming up, and the possibilities were endless. 5 glasses of iced tea, followed by a long public reading. Thanks, Stadium Pal. The window seat on an overbooked coast-to-coast flight. Don't mind if I do. I ordered myself a Stadium Pal and realized that while it might make sense in a hospital, it really wasn't very practical for day-to-day use. In an open-air sporting arena, a piping hot 32-ounce bag of urine might go unnoticed. But not so in a stuffy airplane or a small, crowded bookstore. An hour after christening it, I smelled like a nursing home. On top of that, I found that it was hard to pee and do other things at the same time. Reading out loud, discussing my beverage options with a flight attendant, checking into a fine hotel. Each activity required its own separate form of concentration. And while no one knew exactly what I was up to, it was pretty clear that something was going on. I think it was my face that gave me away. That and my oddly swollen calf. What ultimately did me in was a self-adhesive condom. Putting it on was no problem, but its removal qualified as what, in certain cultures, is known as a bris. Wear it once and you'll need a solid month to fully recover. It will likely be a month in which you'll weigh the relative freedom of peeing in your pants against the unsightly discomfort of a scab-covered penis. Ultimately realizing that in terms of a convenient accessory, you're better off with the new watch band.
A solemn day, despite the brilliance.
Oh, it's a very grave occasion.
Oh, dear God. That is for me, gentlemen. Yes, I believe it is.
Mr. Makepeace,
I'm ready.
follow me, sir, if you please.
Pitiful.
And him a chaplain, too.
The course will have done with him in Shaw's order, I should say, if half the report of him is true.
To have to follow so hopeless a case.
I beg you not to speak of it, Doctor.
I'm sorry, Mr. DL. I've never been before a court-martial.
You have nothing to worry about.
Oh, I shall plead guilty, Captain, at once.
I do assure you, upon my word of honor.
I shall add I was sitting in the powder magazine at the time, smoking tobacco, wasting my medical stores and making a fraudulent return of the portable soup.
Silence there, you two.
It's only my conduct in question, after all.
Oh, I don't mean you to take offense.
Despite the nominal indictment against captain, officers, and ship's company all.
But the court is celebrating victory still. The president alone looked 20 years younger when he came aboard.
They have put all that gaiety aside now, Doctor, for the occasion, and for that scrub of a chaplain.
You judge him before his time.
Let me ask you, Doctor, should you like to place your life thus between the hands of such a parcel of senior officers? Your profession and your good name?
Well, you can rely upon me, sure.
Thank you.
Though I don't doubt I shall sink you nonetheless, with such little knowledge as I have of nautical matters.
You will be very well, Doctor.
I hope so, with all my heart. For who in the world would believe my version of your story?
Come, you pretty young maiden, come hearken to me. I'll sing you a tale of the dark rolling sea, of lucky Jack Aubrey, my song it's to be, and the prodigious might of his fiddle-dee-dee. Oh, the girls, they grieve and cry like a day, for their harbours all empty when Jack sails away. And they'll weep and wail and pray for the sea to bring back lucky Jack and his fiddle-dee-dee.
Master and Commander by Patrick O'Brien. Dramatised in 6 episodes by Roger Danes. Episode 1, The Question of Preferment. The year is 1800, and England is at war with Napoleon.
Very finely played. Do you not think so, sir?
I believe so, yes. But let me ask you, sir, if you really must join in with the players, could I entreat you to do so in time?
In time, sir?
In time, sir.
Very well played. Well played, gentlemen.
Oh, you mean I have to confine yourself to beating, sir? The harp, you see?
And Mrs. Hart to play upon it. Splendid.
The piece, sir?
Yes, the piece, the piece. The music, sir.
She looks very well.
Don't talk.
Bravo! Charming! Beautifully fingered!
Thank you! Thank you all, gentlemen!
Yes, technically rather difficult.
What?
That piece.
But damn well played, you must agree.
Mrs. Hart carried it off. Well.
You suggest these gentlemen give her more than her due, sir?
No, not at all. But low-cut blue satin and a double rope of pearls might weigh in the balance of their opinion.
My name is Aubrey, sir. Lieutenant Aubrey. I'm staying at the Crown.
Maturin, sir. To be found any morning at Joselito's coffee house. May I beg you to stand aside?
Damned ill-favoured son of a bitch. To give himself such airs. And I was in perfect time. Pum, 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 pum. Perfect time. And actually to nudge me during Molly's harp. Almost a blow, yes. Shall I suffer that? From a civilian, too. An affront to my professional code. Professional.
Lieutenant Aubrey.
Good morning, sir.
I expected you earlier.
Captain Hart?
There was a time, sir, when a shipless lieutenant would have swum the harbour to learn a port commandant's mind. Those days are gone, no doubt. The new breed.
Sir?
You know the Vertueurs?
I do indeed, sir. New captured, new coppered, beautiful little French privateer.
Yes. Well, I have to tell you, Lieutenant Aubrey, your claim, the promise you claim, in short, the Vertueurs is to go to Middleton.
Middleton?
Exigencies of the service, sir.
Middleton? Your secretary's brother, sir?
An officer of distinction, newly arrived from Gibraltar.
Sir?
I have taken the unusual course of giving you the news myself.
Thank you, Captain Hart.
And you may be sure, Lieutenant, of the continuance of my regard for you.
Kiss my ass. Regard. And I truckled to that thing of a secretary so his damn brother could command that. Virtually promised to me. Snapping up prizes all along the whole Spanish coast. In my place. My virtues, my glory, my personal advancement. My prize money.
£17 and 12 shillings. The interest.
15%, is it?
And your pay, £5 12 shillings a month. I can well believe the dissatisfaction of your loss, Lieutenant.
I don't ask for a further advance, Mr. Williams.
It would not be wise.
But if you were to do...
Who knows, but by quarter day you may have got your command.
Well, I can see I shall need either better luck or better interest. For my interest now is 15%. Hey, Mr. Williams? Hey?
Excellent, Lieutenant Aubrey. Just you keep a cheerful countenance, and all will come out right, I'm sure.
Sad, Teniente.
What?
Sad, poor Teniente.
Who could be sad, Mercy, with you, eh? And with those.
I will give you no letter, if you be like that.
Letter? Is it worth no touch, Mercy? That's the question. What letter?
I bring him, and Captain Allen come for you.
Well, the devil can Captain Allen want with me? Did he say? It had best not be a subscription, that's all.
This is him. Letter for Captain John Halbray, R.N.
Damn fool to get the wrong rank. Merely makes it worse to be passed over.
Will you open it, Teniente?
Can't make it out. No hand I recognise. But at least it ain't that Williams. Damned old vulture with his 15%.
You open him and see, yes?
By the Right Honourable Lord Keith, Knight of the Bath, Admiral of the Blue, and Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty. Whereas Captain Samuel Allen of His Majesty's sloop Sophie is removed to the palace Captain James Bradley, you are hereby required and directed to proceed on board the Sophie and take upon you the charge and command of commander of her, willing and requiring all the officers hereof, nor you nor any of you may fail, as you will answer the contrary at your peril.
By God!
Not sad, Teniente?
Not sad! Not Teniente, mercy!
Not?
Damn me if my worth's not been recognised at last. Captain! Capitano, mercy! Oh, come here!
Capitano!
Capitano!
Fine day, Captain, sir. Fine day.
Bello soleil, indeed.
Chocolate, Jabe.
Pot bagarre?
Why? Mr. Maturin, good morning.
Oh, good day to you.
Would you care to join me, sir? I fear I owe you 1,000 apologies for last night.
Oh, not at all, sir. Una gela di chocolate, Jabe. Rabbi sama battuta. Iam nata.
Zenio.
That must be a splendid thing, Mr. Maturin. To speak the Spanish as you do. I've often tried. French and Italian too, but the fault is here. In the brain, I dare say.
Curious. A good ear for music would generally imply a facility for language.
Oh, no. It was the same with Latin when I was a boy.
Moriemos, et in media, arma, Remus, Unicelus, vitais nullum, spirere, salutum. Oh, Queenie, this is too difficult.
No, Jack, no, dear. Look. Moriemo. You know that, don't you?
Moriemo. We die?
Subjunctive?
Oh, let us die.
Good, well done. Et in media arma roemus?
Oh, I don't know, Queenie. Really, I don't.
Oh, come now.
No, it's the foreigners. They generally understand me, but, you know, I always get thrown out by them. They speak so quick.
Italian, senors.
Oh, allow me, Mr. Maturin, I beg. To make amends for last night. I'm afraid we sailors are so little used to genteel company. Good music, we're apt to get over-involved.
Oh, it's only right and proper that you should.
Yet it may be my ear is not so very famous, though I love the music dearly. So hard sometimes to pitch true upon a note.
Oh, you play then, sir?
Scrape, Mr. Maturin. Torment a fiddle from time to time.
Why, so do I make my attempts upon the cello.
Well, then we must play a duetto, whenever you have leisure, sir.
I should be honoured.
Oh, it's a rare occasion to find a new musician here in Marne. I thought I knew of everybody, even the most mediocre.
And as some I have heard are very good. The lady, for instance, who played the harp last night.
Mrs. Hart, you mean? The port commandant's wife.
Have you played with her, ever?
I have once or twice, but you know, fiddle and harp are strange companions.
Well, we must make a duetto, sure.
We must. Though, to say the truth, I can't tell when. I have just been promoted.
Oh, have you so? Well, I wish you joy of it with all my heart.
Which means I have a whole round of official calls to make still. But I should count it an honour and a pleasure, Mr. Maturin, if you would join me for dinner.
Oh, most happy to.
We'll wet the swab, and when it's handsomely awash, then perhaps we might try a little music.
Delighted. You speak of wetting a swab, sir?
Oh, it's a cant term we have in the Navy. The swab is this.
Oh, a badge of rank, I make no doubt.
To proclaim me Captain Aubrey to whomsoever may wish to know.
A most elegant decoration, so it is, but should you not have one on either shoulder?
Oh, I dare say I shall ship the other one by and by. But do you see, when first we put the epaulette on, we wet it by custom. That is, we drink a bottle or two of wine.
Well, I'm deeply honoured that you should invite me, sir. Captain.
The George, then, at 3 o'clock. Mr. Maturin?
A hoopoe.
A what?
That cinnamon-coloured bird with barred wings. Upopo epops. There.
How does it bear?
Ah, gone. Do you know, I've been hoping to see a hoopoe ever since I arrived, and in the middle of town. Happy Marne to have such denizens.
Oh, well, yes. Very glad for you, I'm sure.
The 3 o'clock, then, you say? At the George. Delighted.
Astonished, Captain Aubrey. Expected you yesterday afternoon. Captain Allen, too, expected you yesterday afternoon. Upon my word, you have an odd notion of taking over a command.
I only learned last night, sir. Indeed, this morning, between 1 and 2.
Yet the letter certainly went off in good time. The fault lies those people at your inn, no doubt. No relying upon your foreigner. Well, I give you joy of your command, Captain Aubrey, I'm sure. But how you intend to take the Sophie to sea with no people to work her out the harbour, I confess I can't imagine.
Has Captain Allen not left the ship's...
Captain Allen must be 20 leagues away by now with his new command.
The Pallas has sailed?
At midnight, sir. You cannot expect the service to wait upon your pleasure. Allen took his lieutenant with him, his surgeon, all the promising midshipmen, and every real sailorman in the Sophie, I don't doubt.
Well, I must make the best of what I have, then.
Not many, sir. I was obliged to make a draft from what was left, for harbour duty. I can let you have a chaplain there.
Can he hand a reef and steer? If not, I'd rather be excused, thank you.
I will give you some advice, Captain Aubrey. This is what happens when a man goes a caterwauling all night at the governor's soiree, when he might have been aboard his own sloop in an officer-like manner. God strike me down, sir. It's a pretty state of affairs when a young fellow prefers the company of Italian fiddlers and eunuchs to taking possession of his own first command.
I'm so happy for you, Jack, to have your ship at last.
Well, she's not quite a first rate, of course.
Oh, come now, one glass is hardly enough to wet your swab, Jack.
But who in the world wants a blundering Great 74 with never a hope of an independent cruise?
And an independent cruise is more your style, am I right? I give you joy, Jack.
Oh, and so you do, Molly. I don't think I've ever in my life been so happy. Oh, I like your lips better than your Madeira.
You make the most of them. If you intend to sail a gathering prizes all up and down the Mediterranean.
Oh, never you fret, dear Molly. I shall take no prizes for some time. This letter ordering my command was delayed. Damn curiously delayed.
Can you not guess how?
Oh, I can doubt it.
My husband does not like you. I can't think why.
I've been left not crew enough to work out of harbour, Molly.
Indeed. We shall have to see what we can do about that.
You have influence, Molly.
I have some. Jack.
Not enough to have got me my ship, however.
It is your merit alone, Captain Aubrey, has secured your command, as you well know, and not before time, neither.
Well, I should be able to meet your interest, Mr. Williams, at least.
Oh, your credit's a great deal more elastic now, Captain. Now you are, Captain, I should say. And as you are, Captain, I make so bold as to ask of you a favour, if I may.
Well, I'm obliged to you, sir.
My wife, sir, has a young cousin with child to go to sea. Wants to rise to purser later on. Is a quick boy, David. Writes a clear hand and good with figures.
Ship's clerk?
If you've no one else already in mind, sir.
Well, I tell you what. You find an able seaman to come along with him, sir, and I'll take your boy David.
Are you in earnest, Captain?
Why, yes. Yes, I suppose I am. Yes, certainly.
You won't regret it, sir. David, I give you my word, Captain Aubrey. David!
Here I am, sir.
Mr. Williams tells me you write a fine, clear hand, sir. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, David, Captain Aubrey doesn't want to hear anything.
Will you take me then, sir?
Should you like to write down a note for me first?
Oh, certainly, sir.
It's addressed to the master of the Sophie. Do you know his name, Mr. Williams?
Marshall, sir. William Marshall. Prime navigator, I'm told.
So much the better.
The angle YCB to which the yard is braced up is called the trim of the sails. Expressed by the symbol small b, this is the complement of angle DCI. It's impossible, Queenie. Quite impossible.
Isn't the trigonometry evident, though?
Why, no, Queenie. To tell the truth, it ain't evident at all.
Well, Jackie, darling, look. Try to remember what a cotangent is, and we'll begin again.
The mutual relation of the trim of the sails and the leeway.
You have to think of the ship as an oblong box.
I'm happy to make your acquaintance, gentlemen all. As there is yet no lieutenant, I shall myself read my commission to the ship's company. Off! Hot! By the Right Honourable Lord Keith, Knight of the Bath, Admiral of the Blue, Commander-in-Chief of His Majesty's...
Hereof nor you nor any of you may fail, as you will answer to the contrary at your peril.
Admiral Copperplate had, is it?
And a nice evocation of doom in the final paragraph.
Oh, you know, it's all mere form.
Huh?
Now, Mr. Maturin, allow me to press you to some of this ragout mutton.
Oh, willingly. You know, I haven't eaten so well for many a day. Nor, if I may say so, in such pleasant company.
Though it is provoking to find only 3 dishes instead of the 5 I ordered. Sanko Platos, I said.
Sanko Platos?
Explained everything most carefully in Spanish. Visage de porco, I said.
Yeah.
And the fellow nodded like a China mandarin. Now, heaven knows what this dish is by you, but hog's face it is not.
Delicious though it is. But, might the misunderstanding not have arisen from your own care, sir, of explaining in Castilian Spanish?
Well, it seemed to me reasonable, speaking to Spaniards.
No, perhaps you were forgetting that Catalan is the language of these islands.
Another language? Well, I had no notion of it. But no doubt it's much the same tongue. A putain, as they say in France.
No, nothing of the kind. Quite different language. Some would say better. And, by the way, sir, if you will allow, I believe the word in French is patois.
Oh, patois, just so. Yet I swear putain is a word. I learnt it somewhere. And you say this Catalan is quite different from your Spanish tongue?
As unlike as Gluck and Mozart.
You astonish me.
Well, I was brought up in these parts. Indeed, I must have spent more time here than in Ireland. And when first I went home, I worked, all in Catalan. I found my studies came easier that way.
Capital to speak it, sir, like a native. What I call making good use of one's childhood. I wish I could say as much, having been in the Navy since I was breeched.
Oh, you have a wealth of other experiences, then.
By God, Mr. Aubrey, you must think yourself the perfect young whoremonger. Bring aboard a bumboat girl to hide in my cable tier, would you?
I humbly beg your pardon, sir.
Oh, I think so. Perhaps you can give me a reason too, then, why I shouldn't have your turn before the mast this time. Well?
No, sir.
Well, by God, I'll do it.
No!
Long past time for you to learn your duty it is. And don't stand there greeting, Aubrey. I'll not have it, do you hear me?
I was degraded to a common sailor 6 months before being rated midshipman again. But I was grateful for it in the end. Came to understand the lower decks through and through, and they were wonderful kind to me. But at the time, I cried like a girl, I can tell you. And now that same man was giving me my first command. Here's him.
So, do you take Lord Keith's to be the interest in your preferment?
Oh, damned if I can see it. Each time I met him was worse than the last.
Oh, I would give much to have seen what you must have come across in your mariner's life. I made such poor use of my time here. Great desert expanses of sterile, brutish ignorance. All the birds, insects, plants of my own childhood. I fastened upon the first opportunity to come back, accompanying Mr. Brown.
Oh, Brown of the dockyard, eh? A naval officer, know him well. Excellent musician.
No. My patient died at sea on the way here. Ah, poor fellow. He was in the last stages of phthisis, as I found when I opened his body.
You cut him up?
I thought it proper that his friend should know the cause.
Well, had I known you were a surgeon, sir, I don't think I could have resisted the temptation of pressing you.
Oh. Surgeons are excellent fellows, but I have not the honour of counting myself among them. I'm a physician.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Dear me, Dr. Maturin.
Yeah.
What a sad blunder on my part. But even so, I should likely have you run aboard the Sophie and kept under hatches until we was 20 leagues from here.
You have no surgeon?
And no likelihood of finding one. But can I not prevail upon you to go to sea, Doctor?
I've never thought of it, sir.
Well, a man of war's a very thing for a philosopher. I can promise you some monstrously strange fishes, at least, and birds, of course, all sorts. Natural phenomena, meteors, and always a chance of prize money. Even Aristotle would have been moved by the prize money.
But I am in no way qualified to be a naval surgeon.
Oh, bless you, Doctor. Do you but consider what we're usually sent. Surgeons, mates who know nothing of butchery, far less physic, who learn on the poor seamen as they go along.
Well, in all candour, sir, your offer tempts me exceedingly, finding myself, as I do, very much at a stand here in Minorca.
Well, I'm heartily sorry to hear that, Doctor.
Well, I thought my late patient a man of substance, but in the event, well...
I'm almost ashamed to profit by your embarrassment. And the pay is contemptible to a learned man, you know.
But then, for an inquiring mind, a ship must be a most instructive theatre.
Prodigiously so, I'm sure. Make this first voyage as my guest. Come aboard tomorrow.
Is it so simple?
Well, I'm captain, do you see? I can exercise a little patronage of my own.
And allow me to drink to your health, Captain.
With pleasure, Dr. Maturin. Oh, Lord, but it's a fine thing to play the great man once in a while.
Bold Sophie's commander sleeps tight in his bed. His dreams all of glory a spin in his head. Soon of foes and of prizes will clear sweep the sea. Sure, it's not just the ladies get fiddle-dee-dee, though the girls they grieve and cry lack a day, for their harbours all empty when Jack sails away, and they wail and weep and pray for the sea to bring back Lucky Jack and his fiddle-dee-dee.
What in God's name is this infernal confusion? Mr. Watt?
Here, sir.
This is a kingship, bosun, not the Margate Hoy. Clear those men forward and fast that bloody hammering!
If you please, Captain Aubrey. The generous cutters alongside with the men who were drafted off for harbour duty.
All of them?
With Captain Hart's compliments, sir.
You have influence, Molly.
I have some. Jack.
My compliments and best thanks to Captain Hart. Ah, Mr. Richards.
Good morning, sir.
This is a seaman you brought me?
That's right, sir.
Fine, stout fellow he looks too. What's his name?
Alfred King, if you please, sir.
Can you hand a reef and steer, King? What's that? Come, sir, haven't you got a proper civil tongue in your head?
If you please, sir, he has no tongue. The Moors cut it out.
Well, stir him forward. I'll read him in by and by. Mr. Watt, get those men to work. This is not Fiddler's Green. Mr. Babington.
Aye, sir?
Prepare our cutter. I'm going aboard the flagship. And when I come back, Mr. Watt, this deck will present a very different appearance, if you please.
Aye, sir.
Aubrey, sir, commanding His Majesty's sloop Sophie. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mum. I thought Lord Keith was here expecting me.
Dear Jackie. Close your mouth, dear. You gape like a carp.
Queenie?
And you who look so beautiful, so dressed up, new swab and all.
Old Queenie.
Let me put your neckcloth straighten. Oh, come, Jackie. I should say you look as frightened of me as if I were a Frenchman.
Queenie, my dear. Well, I'm just so astonished to see you.
God damn it, blast my soul. You, sir! What the devil do you mean by so frittering with another man's wife?
Wife?
Admiral.
Lady Keith.
This is the young man I was telling you about, Jack Aubrey.
Oh, aye?
I used to give him his bath, you know. Take him into my bed when he had bad dreams.
When I was a child, sir, that is. Queenie was my nurse, sir.
I was forgetting.
A great friend to the family.
Oh,
sir.
I mind you, Captain Aubrey. Forgive me. I have such a power of captains.
And some of them, say he, are very mere rakes.
He could not have meant you, Jack.
Well, I thank my star for Queenie, I can tell you. God, I was like a boy mid again, caught under the cold eye of his.
But did you not know the Admiral had married?
Not to whom, Molly? Besides, well, he must be 60. And she... Dear God.
I wish I had seen your face.
And there I was, convinced my command must have been got by honourable wounds of my own merit.
But now you believe it was all Lady Keith.
Oh, dear Queenie. Yes, I make no doubt it was all her. But I have you to thank, Molly, for the return of my harbour duty men.
I would have given you a ship, Jack, were I an Admiral's wife.
I already have all I could wish from you.
Well, perhaps you would not like it said that, like Selden, you got more by your pizzle than your practice.
Oh, you have a tongue on you, Molly Hart.
Should you like it, Jack Aubrey?
To have my ship My Sophie must be a price to pay. But by God, it'd be worth it.
In episode 1 of Master and Commander by Patrick O'Brien, Michael Troughton played Captain Jack Aubrey and Nigel Anthony Dr. Stephen Maturin. Frances Jeter played Molly Hart, Lloyd Johnston Captain Hart, Gavin Muir Lord Keith, Margaret John Queenie, Kristen Millward Mercedes, Richard Pierce David Richards and young Jack, Derek Waring Williams, Russell Floyd Mr. Watt, Danny Canaber Mr. Babington, and Tom Bevan Ricketts Jr. Master and Commander is dramatized in 6 episodes by Roger Danes, with accordion, pipe and singing performed by Trevor Allen Davis. The director is Adrian Bean.
Welcome once again to Horror Babble. Today we present a brand new reading of H.P. Lovecraft's The Shadow Out of Time. As always, you can find chapter times in the video description below. We hope you enjoy it. The Shadow Out of Time by H.P. Lovecraft. 1. After 22 years of nightmare and terror, saved only by a desperate conviction of the mythical source of certain impressions, I am unwilling to vouch for the truth of that which I think I found in Western Australia on the night of July 17, 1935. There is reason to hope that my experience was wholly or partly a hallucination, for which, indeed, abundant causes existed, and yet its realism was so hideous that I sometimes find hope impossible. If the thing did happen, then man must be prepared to accept notions of the cosmos and of his own place in the seething vortex of time, whose merest mention is paralyzing. He must, too, be placed on guard against a specific lurking peril, which, though it will never engulf the whole race, may impose monstrous and unguessable horrors upon certain venturesome members of it. It is for this latter reason that I urge with all the force of my being a final abandonment of all attempts at unearthing those fragments of unknown primordial masonry which my expedition set out to investigate. Assuming that I was sane and awake, my experience on that night was such as has befallen no man before. It was, moreover, a frightful confirmation of all I had sought to dismiss as myth and dream. Mercifully, there is no proof, for in my fright I lost the awesome object which would, if real and brought out of that noxious abyss, have formed irrefutable evidence. When I came upon the horror, I was alone, and I have, up to now, told no one about it. I could not stop the others from digging in its direction, but chance and the shifting sand have so far saved them from finding it. Now, I must formulate some definitive statement, not only for the sake of my own mental balance, but to warn such others as may read it seriously. These pages, much in whose earlier parts will be familiar to close readers of the general and scientific press, are written in the cabin of the ship that is bringing me home. I shall give them to my son, Professor Wingate Peasley of Miskatonic University, the only member of my family who stuck to me after my queer amnesia of long ago, and the man best informed on the inner facts of my case. Of all living persons, he is least likely to ridicule what I shall tell of that fateful night. I did not enlighten him orally before sailing, because I think he had better have the revelation in written form. Reading and rereading at leisure will leave with him a more convincing picture than my confused tongue could hope to convey. He can do as he thinks best with this account, viewing it with suitable comment to any quarters where it will be likely to accomplish good. It is for the sake of such readers as are unfamiliar with the earlier phases of my case that I am prefacing the revelation itself with a fairly ample summary of its background. My name is Nathaniel Wingate Peasley, and those who recall the newspaper tales of a generation back, or the letters and articles in psychological journals 6 or 7 years ago, will know who and what I am. The press was filled with the details of my strange amnesia in 1908 to 13, and much was made of the traditions of horror, madness, and witchcraft which lurk behind the ancient Massachusetts town then and now forming my place of residence. Yet I would have it known that there is nothing whatever of the mad or sinister in my heredity and early life. This is a highly important fact in view of the shadow which fell so suddenly upon me from outside sources. It may be that centuries of dark brooding had given to crumbling, whisper-haunted Arkham a peculiar vulnerability as regards such shadows, though even this seems doubtful in the light of those other cases which I later came to study. But the chief point is that my own ancestry and background are altogether normal. What came from somewhere else, where I even now hesitate to assert in plain words. I am the son of Jonathan and Hannah Wingate Peasley, both of wholesome old Haverhill stock. I was born and reared in Haverhill, at the old homestead in Boardman Street, near Golden Hill, and did not go to Arkham till I entered Miskatonic University at the age of 18. That was in 1889. After my graduation, I studied economics at Harvard and came back to Miskatonic as instructor of political economy in 1895. For 13 years more, my life ran smoothly and happily. I married Alice Kezar of Haverhill in 1896, and my 3 children, Robert Kay, Wingate, and Hannah, were born in 1898, 1900, and 1903, respectively. In 1898, I became an associate professor, and in 1902, a full professor. At no time had I the least interest in either occultism or abnormal psychology. It was on Thursday, May 14, 1908, that the queer amnesia came. The thing was quite sudden, though later I realized that certain brief, glimmering visions of several hours previous, chaotic visions, which disturbed me greatly because they were so unprecedented, must have formed premonitory symptoms. My head was aching, and I had a singular feeling, altogether new to me, that someone else was trying to get possession of my thoughts. The collapse occurred about 10:20 a.m., while I was conducting a class in Political Economy 6, History and Present Tendencies of Economics, for juniors and a few sophomores. I began to see strange shapes before my eyes, and to feel that I was in a grotesque room, other than the classroom. My thoughts and speech wandered from my subject, and the students saw that something was gravely amiss. Then I slumped down, unconscious in my chair, in a stupor from which no one could arouse me, nor did my rightful faculties again look out upon the daylight of our normal world for 5 years, 4 months, and 13 days. It is, of course, from others that I have learned what followed. I shewed no sign of consciousness for 16.5 hours, though removed to my home at 27 Crane Street and given the best of medical attention. At 3 a.m., May 15, my eyes opened, and I began to speak. But before long, the doctors and my family were thoroughly frightened by the trend of my expression and language. It was clear that I had no remembrance of my identity or of my past, though for some reason I seemed anxious to conceal this lack of knowledge. My eyes gazed strangely at the persons around me, and the flexions of my facial muscles were altogether unfamiliar. Even my speech seemed awkward and foreign. I used my vocal organs clumsily and gropingly, and my diction had a curiously stilted quality, as if I had laboriously learned the English language from books. The pronunciation was barbarously alien, whilst the idiom seemed to include both scraps of curious archaism and expressions of a wholly incomprehensible cast. Of the latter one in particular was very potently, even terrifiedly, recalled by the youngest of the physicians 20 years afterward. For at that late period such a phrase began to have an actual currency, first in England, and then in the United States, and though of much complexity and indisputable newness, it reproduced in every least particular the mystifying words of the strange Arkham patient of 1908. Physical strength returned at once, although I required an odd amount of re-education in the use of my hands, legs, and bodily apparatus in general. Because of this and other handicaps inherent in the mnemonic lapse, I was for some time kept under strict medical care. When I saw that my attempts to conceal the lapse had failed, I admitted it openly, and became eager for information of all sorts. Indeed, it seemed to the doctors that I had lost interest in my proper personality as soon as I found the case of amnesia accepted as a natural thing. They noticed that my chief efforts were to master certain points in history, science, art, language, and folklore, some of them tremendously abstruse, and some childishly simple, which remained, very oddly in many cases, outside my consciousness. At the same time, they noticed that I had an inexplicable command of many almost unknown sorts of knowledge, a command which I seemed to wish to hide rather than display. I would inadvertently refer, with casual assurance, to specific events in dim ages outside the range of accepted history, passing off such references as a jest when I saw the surprise they created, and I had a way of speaking of the future, which 2 or 3 times caused actual fright. These uncanny flashes soon ceased to appear, though some observers laid their vanishment more to a certain furtive caution on my part than to any waning of the strange knowledge behind them. Indeed, I seemed anomalously avid to absorb the speech, customs, and perspectives of the age around me, as if I were a studious traveller from a far, foreign land. As soon as permitted, I haunted the college library at all hours, and shortly began to arrange for those odd travels and special courses at American and European universities, which evoked so much comment during the next few years. I did not at any time suffer from a lack of learned contacts, for my case had a mild celebrity among the psychologists of the period. I was lectured upon as a typical example of secondary personality, even though I seemed to puzzle the lecturers now and then with some bizarre symptom or some queer trace of carefully veiled mockery. Of real friendliness, however, I encountered little. Something in my aspect and speech seemed to excite vague fears and aversions in everyone I met, as if I were a being infinitely removed from all that is normal and healthful. This idea of a black, hidden horror connected with incalculable gulfs of some sort of distance was oddly widespread and persistent. My own family formed no exception. From the moment of my strange waking, my wife had regarded me with extreme horror and loathing, vowing that I was some utter alien usurping the body of her husband. In 1910, she obtained a legal divorce, nor would she ever consent to see me, even after my return to normalcy in 1913. These feelings were shared by my eldest son and my small daughter, neither of whom I have ever seen since. Only my second son, Wingate, seemed able to conquer the terror and repulsion which my change aroused. He indeed felt that I was a stranger, but though only 8 years old, held fast to a faith that my proper self would return. When it did return, he sought me out, and the courts gave me his custody. In succeeding years, he helped me with the studies to which I was driven, and today, at 35, he is a professor of psychology at Miskatonic. But I do not wonder at the horror I caused, for certainly the mind, voice, and facial expression of the being that awaked on May 15, 1908, were not those of Nathaniel Wingate Peasley. I will not attempt to tell much of my life from 1908 to 1913, since readers may glean all the outward essentials, as I largely had to do, from files of old newspapers and scientific journals. I was given charge of my funds and spent them slowly and on the whole wisely, in travel and in study at various centres of learning. My travels, however, were singular in the extreme, involving long visits to remote and desolate places. In 1909, I spent a month in the Himalayas, and in 1911 aroused much attention through a camel trip into the unknown deserts of Arabia. What happened on those journeys, I have never been able to learn. During the summer of 1912, I chartered a ship and sailed in the Arctic north of Spitzbergen, afterward showing signs of disappointment. Later in that year, I spent weeks alone beyond the limits of previous or subsequent exploration in the vast limestone cavern systems of western Virginia. Black labyrinths so complex that no retracing of my steps could even be considered. My sojourns at the universities were marked by abnormally rapid assimilation, as if the secondary personality had an intelligence enormously superior to my own. I have found also that my rate of reading and solitary study was phenomenal. I could master every detail of a book merely by glancing over it as fast as I could turn the leaves, while my skill at interpreting complex figures in an instant was veritably awesome. At times there appeared almost ugly reports of my power to influence the thoughts and acts of others, though I seem to have taken care to minimize displays of this faculty. Other ugly reports concerned my intimacy with leaders of occultist groups and scholars suspected of connection with nameless bands of abhorrent elder-world hierophants. These rumors, though never proved at the time, were doubtless stimulated by the known tenor of some of my reading, for the consultation of rare books at libraries cannot be effected secretly. There is tangible proof, in the form of marginal notes, that I went minutely through such things as the Comte de Lettres Culte de Goules, Ludwig Prinz de Vermis Mysteris, the Unaussprech Lichen Kulten of von Junst, the surviving fragments of the puzzling Book of Ibon, and the dreaded Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred. Then, too, it is undeniable that a fresh and evil wave of underground cult activity set in about the time of my odd mutation. In the summer of 1913, I began to display signs of ennui and flagging interest, and to hint to various associates that a change might soon be expected in me. I spoke of returning memories of my earlier life, though most auditors judged me insincere, since all the recollections I gave were casual and such as might have been learned from my old private papers. About the middle of August, I returned to Arkham and reopened my long-closed house in Crane Street. Here, I installed a mechanism of the most curious aspect, constructed piecemeal by different makers of scientific apparatus in Europe and America, and guarded carefully from the sight of anyone intelligent enough to analyze it. Those who did see it, a workman, a servant, and the new housekeeper, say that it was a queer mixture of rods, wheels, and mirrors, though only about 2 feet tall, 1 foot wide, and 1 foot thick. The central mirror was circular and convex. All this is borne out by such makers of parts as can be located. On the evening of Friday, September 26, I dismissed the housekeeper and the maid till noon of the next day. Lights burned in the house till late, and a lean, dark, curiously foreign-looking man called in an automobile. It was about 1 a.m. that the lights were last seen. At 2:15 a.m., a policeman observed the place in darkness, but with the stranger's motor still at the curb. By 4 o'clock, the motor was certainly gone. It was at 6 that a hesitant, foreign voice on the telephone asked Dr. Wilson to call at my house and bring me out of a peculiar faint. This call, a long-distance one, was later traced to a public booth in the North Station in Boston, but no sign of the lean foreigner was ever unearthed. When the doctor reached my house, he found me unconscious in the sitting room, in an easy chair with a table drawn up before it. On the polished tabletop were scratches, showing where some heavy object had rested. The queer machine was gone, nor was anything afterward heard of it. Undoubtedly, the dark, lean foreigner had taken it away. In the library grate were abundant ashes, evidently left from the burning of every remaining scrap of paper on which I had written since the advent of the amnesia. Dr. Wilson found my breathing very peculiar, but after a hypodermic injection, it became more regular. At 11:15 a.m., September 27, I stirred vigorously, and my hitherto mask-like face began to show signs of expression. Dr. Wilson remarked that the expression was not that of my secondary personality, but seemed much like that of my normal self. About 11:30, I muttered some very curious syllables which seemed unrelated to any human speech. I appeared to struggle against something. Then, just after noon, the housekeeper and the maid having meanwhile returned, I began to mutter in English. Of the orthodox economists of that period, Jevons typifies the prevailing trend towards scientific correlation. His attempt to link the commercial cycle of prosperity and depression with the physical cycle of the solar spots forms perhaps the apex of... Nathaniel Wingate Peasley had come back, a spirit in whose time scale it was still that Thursday morning in 1908, with the economics class gazing up at the battered desk on the platform. 2. My reabsorption into normal life was a painful and difficult process. The loss of over 5 years creates more complications than can be imagined, and in my case there were countless matters to be adjusted. What I heard of my actions since 1908 astonished and disturbed me, but I tried to view the matter as philosophically as I could. At last regaining custody of my second son, Wingate, I settled down with him in the Crane Street house and endeavoured to resume teaching, my old professorship having been kindly offered me by the college. I began work with the February 1914 term and kept at it just a year. By that time, I realized how badly my experience had shaken me. Though perfectly sane, I hoped, and with no flaw in my original personality, I had not the nervous energy of the old days. Vague dreams and queer ideas continually haunted me, and when the outbreak of the World War turned my mind to history, I found myself thinking of periods and events in the oddest possible fashion. My conception of time, my ability to distinguish between consecutiveness and simultaneousness, seemed subtly disordered, so that I formed chimerical notions about living in one age and casting one's mind all over eternity for knowledge of past and future ages. The war gave me strange impressions of remembering some of its far-off consequences, as if I knew how it was coming out and could look back upon it in the light of future information. All such quasi-memories were attended with much pain, and with a feeling that some artificial psychological barrier was set against them. When I diffidently hinted to others about my impressions, I met with varied responses. Some persons looked uncomfortably at me, but men in the mathematics department spoke of new developments in those theories of relativity, then discussed only in learned circles, which were later to become so famous. Dr. Albert Einstein, they said, was rapidly reducing time to the status of a mere dimension. But the dreams and disturbed feelings gained on me, so that I had to drop my regular work in 1915. Certain of the impressions were taking on an annoying shape, giving me the persistent notion that my amnesia had formed some unholy sort of exchange, that the secondary personality had indeed been an intruding force from unknown regions, and that my own personality had suffered displacement. Thus I was driven to vague and frightful speculations concerning the whereabouts of my true self during the years that another had held my body. The curious knowledge and strange conduct of my body's late tenant troubled me more and more as I learned further details from persons, papers, and magazines. Queernesses that had baffled others seemed to harmonize terribly with some background of black knowledge which festered in the chasms of my subconscious. I began to search feverishly for every scrap of information bearing on the studies and travels of that other one during the dark years. Not all of my troubles were as semi-abstract as this. There were the dreams, and these seemed to grow in vividness and concreteness. Knowing how most would regard them, I seldom mentioned them to anyone but my son or certain trusted psychologists, but eventually I commenced a scientific study of other cases in order to see how typical or non-typical such visions might be among amnesia victims. My results, aided by psychologists, historians, anthropologists, and mental specialists of wide experience, and by a study that included all records of split personalities from the days of demoniac possession legends to the medically realistic present, at first bothered me more than they consoled me. I soon found that my dreams had indeed no counterpart in the overwhelming bulk of true amnesia cases. There remained, however, a tiny residue of accounts which for years baffled and shocked me with their parallelism to my own experience. Some of them were bits of ancient folklore, others were case histories in the annals of medicine, one or two were anecdotes obscurely buried in standard histories. It thus appeared that, while my special kind of affliction was prodigiously rare, instances of it had occurred at long intervals ever since the beginning of man's annals. Some centuries might contain 1, 2, or 3 cases, others none, or at least none whose record survived. The essence was always the same, a person of keen thoughtfulness seized with a strange secondary life and leading for a greater or lesser period an utterly alien existence, typified at first by vocal and bodily awkwardness, and later by a wholesale acquisition of scientific, historic, artistic, and anthropological knowledge, an acquisition carried on with feverish zest and with a wholly abnormal absorptive power. Then a sudden return of the rightful consciousness, intermittently plagued ever after with vague, unplaceable dreams, suggesting fragments of some hideous memory, elaborately blotted out, and the close resemblance of those nightmares to my own, even in some of the smallest particulars, left no doubt in my mind of their significantly typical nature. 1 or 2 of the cases had an added ring of faint, blasphemous familiarity, as if I had heard of them before through some cosmic channel too morbid and frightful to contemplate. In 3 instances, there was specific mention of such an unknown machine as had been in my house before the second change. Another thing that cloudily worried me during my investigation was the somewhat greater frequency of cases where a brief, elusive glimpse of the typical nightmares was afforded to persons not visited with well-defined amnesia. These persons were largely of mediocre mind or less, some so primitive that they could scarcely be thought of as vehicles for abnormal scholarship and preternatural mental acquisitions. For a second they would be fired with alien force, then a backward lapse and a thin, swift-fading memory of unhuman horrors. There had been at least 3 such cases during the past half-century, one only 15 years before. Had something been groping blindly through time from some unsuspected abyss in nature? Were these faint cases monstrous, sinister experiments of a kind and authorship utterly beyond sane belief? Such were a few of the formless speculations of my weaker hours, fancies abetted by myths which my studies uncovered. For I could not doubt but that certain persistent legends of immemorial antiquity, apparently unknown to the victims and physicians connected with recent amnesia cases, formed a striking and awesome elaboration of memory lapses such as mine. Of the nature of the dreams and impressions which were growing so clamorous, I still almost fear to speak. They seemed to savour of madness, and at times I believed I was indeed going mad. Was there a special type of delusion afflicting those who had suffered lapses of memory? Conceivably, the efforts of the subconscious mind to fill up a perplexing blank with pseudo-memories might give rise to strange imaginative vagaries. This, indeed, though an alternative folklore theory finally seemed to me more plausible, was the belief of many of the alienists who helped me in my search for parallel cases and who shared my puzzlement at the exact resemblances sometimes discovered. They did not call the condition true insanity, but classed it rather among neurotic disorders. My course in trying to track it down and analyze it, instead of vainly seeking to dismiss or forget it, they heartily endorsed as correct, according to the best psychological principles. I especially valued the advice of such physicians as had studied me during my possession by the other personality. My first disturbances were not visual at all, but concerned the more abstract matters which I have mentioned. There was, too, a feeling of profound and inexplicable horror concerning myself. I developed a queer fear of seeing my own form, as if my eyes would find it something utterly alien and inconceivably abhorrent. When I did glance down and behold the familiar human shape in quiet grey or blue clothing, I always felt a curious relief, though in order to gain this relief I had to conquer an infinite dread. I shunned mirrors as much as possible, and was always shaved at the barber's. It was a long time before I correlated any of these disappointed feelings with the fleeting visual impressions which began to develop. The first such correlation had to do with the odd sensation of an external, artificial restraint on my memory. I felt that the snatches of sight I experienced had a profound and terrible meaning, and a frightful connection with myself, but that some purposeful influence held me from grasping that meaning and that connection. Then came that queerness about the element of time, and with it desperate efforts to place the fragmentary dream glimpses in the chronological and spatial pattern. The glimpses themselves were at first merely strange, rather than horrible. I would seem to be in an enormous vaulted chamber, whose lofty stone groinings were well nigh lost in the shadows overhead. In whatever time or place the scene might be, the principle of the arch was known as fully and used as extensively as by the Romans. There were colossal round windows and high-arched doors, and pedestals or tables each as tall as the height of an ordinary room. Vast shelves of dark wood lined the walls, holding what seemed to be volumes of immense size with strange hieroglyphs on their backs. The exposed stonework held curious carvings, always in curvilinear mathematical designs, and there were chiseled inscriptions in the same characters that the huge books bore. The dark granite masonry was of a monstrous megalithic type, with lines of convex-topped blocks fitting the concave-bottomed courses which rested upon them. There were no chairs, but the tops of the vast pedestals were littered with books, papers, and what seemed to be writing materials, oddly figured jars of a purplish metal, and rods with stained tips. Tall as the pedestals were, I seemed at times able to view them from above. On some of them were great globes of luminous crystal serving as lamps, and inexplicable machines formed of vitreous tubes and metal rods. The windows were glazed and latticed with stout-looking bars. Though I dared not approach and peer out them, I could see from where I was the waving tops of singular fern-like growths. The floor was of massive octagonal flagstones, while rugs and hangings were entirely lacking. Later, I had visions of sweeping through cyclopean corridors of stone, and up and down gigantic inclined planes of the same monstrous masonry. There were no stairs anywhere, nor was any passageway less than 30 feet wide. Some of the structures through which I floated must have towered into the sky for thousands of feet. There were multiple levels of black vaults below, and never-opened trapdoors, sealed down with metal bands and holding dim suggestions of some special peril. I seemed to be a prisoner, and horror hung broodingly over everything I saw. I felt that the mocking curvilinear hieroglyphs on the walls would blast my soul with their message, were I not guarded by a merciful ignorance. Still later, my dreams included vistas from the great round windows and from the titanic flat roof with its curious gardens, wide barren area, and high scalloped parapet of stone to which the topmost of the inclined planes led. There were almost endless leagues of giant buildings, each in its garden, and ranged along paved roads fully 200 feet wide. They differed greatly in aspect, but few were less than 500 feet square or 1,000 feet high. Many seemed so limitless that they must have had a frontage of several thousand feet, while some shot up to mountainous altitudes in the grey, steamy heavens. They seemed to be mainly of stone or concrete, and most of them embodied the oddly curvilinear type of masonry noticeable in the building that held me. Roofs were flat and garden-covered, and tended to have scalloped parapets. Sometimes there were terraces and higher levels, and wide, cleared spaces amidst the gardens. The great roads held hints of motion, but in the earlier visions I could not resolve this impression into details. In certain places I beheld enormous dark cylindrical towers which climbed far above any of the other structures. These appeared to be of a totally unique nature, and shewed signs of prodigious age and dilapidation. They were built of a bizarre type of square-cut basalt masonry, and tapered slightly toward their rounded tops. Nowhere in any of them could the least traces of windows or other apertures save huge doors be found. I noticed also some lower buildings, all crumbling with the weathering of eons, which resembled these dark cylindrical towers in basic architecture. Around all these aberrant piles of square-cut masonry there hovered an inexplicable aura of menace and concentrated fear, like that bred by the sealed trapdoors. The omnipresent gardens were almost terrifying in their strangeness, with bizarre and unfamiliar forms of vegetation nodding over broad paths lined with curiously carven monoliths. Abnormally vast fern-like growths predominated, some green and some of a ghastly fungoid pallor. Among them rose great spectral things, resembling calamites, whose bamboo-like trunks towered to fabulous heights. Then there were tufted forms like fabulous cycads and grotesque dark green shrubs and trees of coniferous aspect. Flowers were small, colourless, and unrecognizable, blooming in geometrical beds and at large among the greenery. In a few of the terrace and rooftop gardens were larger and more vivid blossoms of almost offensive contours, and seeming to suggest artificial breeding. Fungi of inconceivable size, outlines, and colours speckled the scene in patterns bespeaking some unknown but well-established horticultural tradition. In the larger gardens on the ground, there seemed to be some attempt to preserve the irregularities of nature, but on the roofs there was more selectiveness and more evidences of the topiary art. The skies were almost always moist and cloudy, and sometimes I would seem to witness tremendous rains. Once in a while, though, there would be glimpses of the sun, which looked abnormally large, and of the moon, whose markings held a touch of difference from the normal that I could never quite fathom. When, very rarely, the night sky was clear to any extent, I beheld constellations which were nearly beyond recognition. Known outlines were sometimes approximated, but seldom duplicated, and from the position of the few groups I could recognize, I felt I must be in the Earth's southern hemisphere, near the Tropic of Capricorn. The far horizon was always steamy and indistinct, but I could see that great jungles of unknown tree ferns, calamites, lepidodendra, and sigillaria lay outside the city, their fantastic frondage waving mockingly in the shifting vapors. Now and then there would be suggestions of motion in the sky, but these my early visions never resolved. By the autumn of 1914, I began to have infrequent dreams of strange floatings over the city and through the regions around it. I saw interminable roads through forests of fearsome growths, with mottled, fluted and banded trunks, and past other cities, as strange as the one which persistently haunted me. I saw monstrous constructions of black or iridescent stone in glades and clearings where perpetual twilight reigned, and traversed long causeways over swamps so dark that I could tell but little of their moist, towering vegetation. Once I saw an area of countless miles strewn with age-blasted basaltic ruins whose architecture had been like that of the few windowless, round-topped towers in the haunting city. And once I saw the sea, a boundless, steamy expanse beyond the colossal stone piers of an enormous town of domes and arches. Great, shapeless suggestions of shadow moved over it, and here and there its surface was vexed with anomalous spoutings. (3) As I have said, it was not immediately that these wild visions began to hold their terrifying quality. Certainly, many persons have dreamed intrinsically stranger things, things compounded of unrelated scraps of daily life, pictures, and reading, and arranged in fantastically novel forms by the unchecked caprices of sleep. For some time I accepted the visions as natural, even though I had never before been an extravagant dreamer. Many of the vague anomalies, I argued, must have come from trivial sources too numerous to track down, while others seemed to reflect a common textbook knowledge of the plants and other conditions of the primitive world of 150 million years ago, the world of the Permian or Triassic Age. In the course of some months, however, the element of terror did figure with accumulating force. This was when the dreams began so unfailingly to have the aspect of memories, and when my mind began to link them with my growing abstract disturbances, the feeling of mnemonic restraint, the curious impressions regarding time, the sense of a loathsome exchange with my secondary personality of 1908-13, and, considerably later, the inexplicable loathing of my own person. As certain definite details began to enter the dreams, their horror increased 1,000-fold, until by October 1915 I felt I must do something. It was then that I began an intensive study of other cases of amnesia and visions, feeling that I might thereby objectivize my trouble and shake clear of its emotional grip. However, as before mentioned, the result was at first almost exactly opposite. It disturbed me vastly to find that my dreams had been so closely duplicated, especially since some of the accounts were too early to admit of any geological knowledge, and therefore of any idea of primitive landscapes on the subject's part. What is more, many of these accounts supplied very horrible details and explanations in connection with the visions of great buildings and jungle gardens, and other things. The actual sights and vague impressions were bad enough, but what was hinted or asserted by some of the other dreamers savoured of madness and blasphemy. Worst of all, my own pseudo-memory was aroused to wilder dreams and hints of coming revelations, and yet most doctors deem my course, on the whole, an advisable one. I studied psychology systematically, and under the prevailing stimulus my son Wingate did the same, his studies leading eventually to his present professorship. In 1917 and 1918 I took special courses at Miskatonic. Meanwhile, my examination of medical, historical, and anthropological records became indefatigable, involving travels to distant libraries, and finally including even a reading of the hideous books of forbidden elder lore, in which my secondary personality had been so disturbingly interested. Some of the latter were the actual copies I had consulted in my altered state, and I was greatly disturbed by certain marginal notations and ostensible corrections of the hideous text, in a script and idiom which somehow seemed oddly unhuman. These markings were mostly in the respective languages of the various books, all of which the writer seemed to know with equal, though obviously academic facility. One note, appended to von Janst's An Aussprechlichen Kulten, however, was alarmingly otherwise. It consisted of certain curvilinear hieroglyphs in the same ink as that of the German corrections, but following no recognized human pattern. And these hieroglyphs were closely and unmistakably akin to the characters constantly met with in my dreams, characters whose meaning I would sometimes momentarily fancy I knew, or was just on the brink of recalling. To complete my black confusion, my librarians assured me that, in view of previous examinations and records of consultation of the volumes in question, all of these notations must have been made by myself in my secondary state. This despite the fact that I was and still am ignorant of 3 of the languages involved. Piecing together the scattered records, ancient and modern, anthropological and medical, I found a fairly consistent mixture of myth and hallucination, whose scope and wildness left me utterly dazed. Only one thing consoled me, the fact that the myths were of such early existence. What lost knowledge could have brought pictures of the Paleozoic or Mesozoic landscape into these primitive fables, I could not even guess, but the pictures had been there. Thus, a basis existed for the formation of a fixed type of delusion. Cases of amnesia no doubt created the general myth pattern, but afterward, the fanciful accretions of the myths must have reacted on amnesia sufferers and coloured their pseudo-memories. I myself had read and heard all the early tales during my memory lapse. My quest had amply proved that. Was it not natural, then, for my subsequent dreams and emotional impressions to become coloured and moulded by what my memory subtly held over from my secondary state? A few of the myths had significant connections with other cloudy legends of the pre-human world, especially those Hindu tales involving stupefying gulfs of time and forming part of the lore of modern theosophists. Primal myth and modern delusion joined in their assumption that mankind is only one, perhaps the least, of the highly evolved and dominant races of this planet's long and largely unknown career. Things of inconceivable shape, they implied, had reared towers to the sky and delved into every secret of nature before the first amphibian forebear of man had crawled out of the hot sea 300 million years ago. Some had come down from the stars. A few were as old as the cosmos itself. Others had arisen swiftly from terrene germs as far behind the first germs of our life cycle as those germs are behind ourselves. Spans of thousands of millions of years and linkages with other galaxies and universes were freely spoken of. Indeed, there was no such thing as time in its humanly accepted sense. But most of the tales and impressions concerned a relatively late race of a queer and intricate shape, resembling no life form known to science, which had lived till only 50 million years before the advent of man. This, they indicated, was the greatest race of all, because it alone had conquered the secret of time. It had learned all things that ever were known, or ever would be known on the earth, through the power of its keener minds to project themselves into the past and future, even through gulfs of millions of years, and study the lore of every age. From the accomplishments of this race arose all legends of prophets, including those in human mythology. In its vast libraries were volumes of texts and pictures holding the whole of Earth's annals, histories and descriptions of every species that had ever been or that ever would be, with full records of their arts, their achievements, their languages, and their psychologies. With this eon-embracing knowledge, the great race chose from every era and life form such thoughts, arts, and processes as might suit its own nature and situation. Knowledge of the past, secured through a kind of mind-casting outside the recognized senses, was harder to glean than knowledge of the future. In the latter case, the course was easier and more material. With suitable mechanical aid, a mind would project itself forward in time, feeling its dim, extrasensory way till it approached the desired period. Then, after preliminary trials, it would seize on the best discoverable representative of the highest of that period's life forms, entering the organism's brain and setting up therein its own vibrations, while the displaced mind would strike back to the period of the displacer, remaining in the latter's body till a reverse process was set up. The projected mind, in the body of the organism of the future, would then pose as a member of the race, whose outward form it wore, learning as quickly as possible all that could be learned of the chosen age and its massed information and techniques. Meanwhile, the displaced mind, thrown back to the displacer's age and body, would be carefully guarded. It would be kept from harming the body it occupied, and would be drained of all its knowledge by trained questioners. Often, it could be questioned in its own language, when previous quests into the future had brought back records of that language. If the mind came from a body whose language the great race could not physically reproduce, clever machines would be made, on which the alien speech could be played as on a musical instrument. The great race's members were immense rugose cones 10 feet high, and with head and other organs attached to foot-thick, distensible limbs spreading from the apexes. They spoke by the clicking or scraping of huge paws or claws attached to the end of 2 of their 4 limbs, and walked by the expansion and contraction of a viscous layer attached to their vast 10-foot bases. When the captive mind's amazement and resentment had worn off, and when, assuming that it came from a body vastly different from the great race's, it had lost its horror at its unfamiliar temporary form, it was permitted to study its new environment, and experience a wonder and wisdom approximating that of its displacer. With suitable precautions, and in exchange for suitable services, it was allowed to rove all over the habitable world in Titan airships or on the huge boat-like atomic-engined vehicles which traverse the great roads, and to delve freely into the libraries containing the records of the planet's past and future. This reconciled many captive minds to their lot, since none were other than keen, and to such minds the unveiling of hidden mysteries of Earth, closed chapters of inconceivable pasts, and dizzying vortices of future time which include the years ahead of their own natural ages, forms always, despite the abysmal horrors often unveiled, the supreme experience of life. Now and then, certain captives were permitted to meet other captive minds seized from the future, to exchange thoughts with consciousnesses living 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 years before or after their own ages. And all were urged to write copiously in their own languages of themselves and their respective periods, such documents to be filed in the great central archives. It may be added that there was one sad special type of captive whose privileges were far greater than those of the majority. These were the dying, permanent exiles, whose bodies in the future had been seized by keen-minded members of the great race who, faced with death, sought to escape mental extinction. Such melancholy exiles were not as common as might be expected, since the longevity of the great race lessened its love of life, especially among those superior minds capable of projection. From cases of the permanent projection of elder minds arose many of those lasting changes of personality noticed in later history, including mankind's. As for the ordinary cases of exploration, when the displacing mind had learned what it wished in the future, it would build an apparatus like that which had started its flight and reverse the process of projection. Once more it would be in its own body, in its own age, while the lately captive mind would return to that body of the future to which it properly belonged. Only when one or the other of the bodies had died during the exchange was this restoration impossible. In such cases, of course, the exploring mind had, like those of the death escapers, to live out an alien-bodied life in the future, or else the captive mind, like the dying permanent exiles, had to end its days in the form and past age of the great race. This fate was least horrible when the captive mind was also of the great race, a not infrequent occurrence, since in all its periods that race was intensely concerned with its own future. The number of dying permanent exiles of the great race was very slight, largely because of the tremendous penalties attached to displacements of future great race minds by the moribund. Through projection, arrangements were made to inflict these penalties on the offending minds in their new future bodies, and sometimes forced re-exchanges were effected. Complex cases of the displacement of exploring or already captive minds by minds in various regions of the past had been known and carefully rectified. In every age since the discovery of mind projection, a minute but well-recognized element of the population consisted of great race minds from past ages, sojourning for a longer or shorter while. When a captive mind of alien origin was returned to its own body in the future, it was purged by an intricate mechanical hypnosis of all it had learned in the great race's age. This because of certain troublesome consequences inherent in the general carrying forward of knowledge in large quantities. The few existing instances of clear transmission had caused, and would cause at known future times, great disasters. And it was largely in consequence of 2 cases of the kind, said the old myths, that mankind had learned what it had concerning the great race. Of all things surviving physically and directly from that eon-distant world, there remained only certain ruins of great stones in far places and under the sea, and parts of the text of the frightful Narcotic manuscripts. Thus, the returning mind reached its own age with only the faintest and most fragmentary visions of what it had undergone since its seizure. All memories that could be eradicated were eradicated, so that in most cases only a dream-shadowed blank stretched back to the time of the first exchange. Some minds recalled more than others, and the chance joining of memories had at rare times brought hints of the forbidden past to future ages. There probably never was a time when groups or cults did not secretly cherish certain of these hints. In the Necronomicon, the presence of such a cult among human beings was suggested, a cult that sometimes gave aid to minds voyaging down the eons from the days of the great race. And meanwhile, the great race itself waxed well-nigh omniscient, and turned to the task of setting up exchanges with the minds of other planets, and of exploring their pasts and futures. It sought likewise to fathom the past years and origin of that black, eon-dead orb in far space, whence its own mental heritage had come, for the mind of the great race was older than its bodily form. The beings of a dying elder world, wise with the ultimate secrets, had looked ahead for a new world and species wherein they might have long life, and had sent their minds en masse into that future race best adapted to house them, the cone-shaped things that peopled our earth 1 billion years ago. Thus the great race came to be, while the myriad minds sent backward were left to die in the horror of strange shapes. Later, the race would again face death, yet would live through another forward migration of its best minds into the bodies of others who had a longer physical span ahead of them. Such was the background of intertwined legend and hallucination. When, around 1920, I had my researches in coherent shape, I felt a slight lessening of the tension which their earlier stages had increased. After all, and in spite of the fancies prompted by blind emotions, were not most of my phenomena readily explainable? Any chance might have turned my mind to dark studies during the amnesia, and then I read the forbidden legends and met the members of ancient and ill-regarded cults. That, plainly, supplied the material for the dreams and disturbed feelings which came after the return of memory. As for the marginal notes in dream hieroglyphs and languages unknown to me, but laid at my door by librarians, I might easily have picked up a smattering of the tongues during my secondary state, while the hieroglyphs were doubtless coined by my fancy from descriptions in old legends, and afterward woven into my dreams. I tried to verify certain points through conversation with known cult leaders, but never succeeded in establishing the right connections. At times the parallelism of so many cases in so many distant ages continued to worry me, as it had at first, but on the other hand, I reflected that the excitant folklore was undoubtedly more universal in the past than in the present. Probably all the other victims whose cases were like mine had had a long and familiar knowledge of the tales I had learned only when in my secondary state. When these victims had lost their memory, they had associated themselves with the creatures of their household myths, the fabulous invaders supposed to displace men's minds, and had thus embarked upon quests for knowledge, which they thought they could take back to a fancied, non-human past. Then when their memory returned, they reversed the associative process and thought of themselves as the former captive minds instead of as the displacers. Hence the dreams and pseudo-memories following the conventional myth pattern. Despite the seeming cumberousness of these explanations, they came finally to supersede all others in my mind, largely because of the greater weakness of any rival theory, and a substantial number of eminent psychologists and anthropologists gradually agreed with me. The more I reflected, the more convincing did my reasoning seem, till in the end I had a really effective bulwark against the visions and impressions which still assailed me. Suppose I did see strange things at night. These were only what I had heard and read of. Suppose I did have odd loathings and perspectives and pseudo-memories. These, too, were only echoes of myths absorbed in my secondary state. Nothing that I might dream, nothing that I might feel, could be of any actual significance. Fortified by this philosophy, I greatly improved in nervous equilibrium, even though the visions, rather than the abstract impressions, steadily became more frequent and more disturbingly detailed. In 1922, I felt able to undertake regular work again and put my newly gained knowledge to practical use by accepting an instructorship in psychology at the university. My old chair of political economy had long been adequately filled, besides which methods of teaching economics had changed greatly since my heyday. My son was at this time just entering on the postgraduate studies leading to his present professorship, and we worked together a great deal. 4. I continued, however, to keep a careful record of the outre dreams which crowded upon me so thickly and vividly. Such a record, I argued, was of genuine value as a psychological document. The glimpses still seemed damnably like memories, though I fought off this impression with a goodly measure of success. In writing, I treated the phantasmata as things seen, but at all other times I brushed them aside like any gossamer illusions of the night. I had never mentioned such matters in common conversation, though reports of them, filtering out as such things will, had aroused sundry rumours regarding my mental health. It is amusing to reflect that these rumours were confined wholly to laymen, without a single champion among physicians or psychologists. Of my visions after 1914, I will here mention only a few, since fuller accounts and records are at the disposal of the serious student. It is evident that with time the curious inhibition somewhat waned, for the scope of my visions vastly increased. They have never, though, become other than disjointed fragments seemingly without clear motivation. Within the dreams, I seemed gradually to acquire a greater and greater freedom of wandering. I floated through many strange buildings of stone, going from one to the other along mammoth underground passages, which seemed to form the common avenues of transit. Sometimes I encountered those gigantic sealed trapdoors in the lowest level, around which such an aura of fear and forbiddenness clung. I saw tremendous tessellated pools and rooms of curious and inexplicable utensils of myriad sorts. Then there were colossal caverns of intricate machinery, whose outlines and purpose were wholly strange to me, and whose sound manifested itself only after many years of dreaming. I may here remark that sight and sound are the only senses I have ever exercised in the visionary world. The real horror began in May 1915, when I first saw the living things. This was before my studies had taught me what, in view of the myths and case histories, to expect. As mental barriers wore down, I beheld great masses of thin vapor in various parts of the building and in the streets below. These steadily grew more solid and distinct, till at last I could trace their monstrous outlines with uncomfortable ease. They seemed to be enormous iridescent cones, about 10 feet high and 10 feet wide at the base, and made up of some ridgy, scaly, semi-elastic matter. From their apexes projected 4 flexible, cylindrical members, each a foot thick, and of a ridgy substance like that of the cones themselves. These members were sometimes contracted almost to nothing, and sometimes extended to any distance up to about 10 feet. Terminating 2 of them were enormous claws, or nippers. At the end of a third were 4 red, trumpet-like appendages. The 4th terminated in an irregular yellowish globe some 2 feet in diameter, and having 3 great dark eyes ranged along its central circumference. Surmounting this head were 4 slender grey stalks bearing flower-like appendages, whilst from its nether side dangled 8 greenish antennae, or tentacles. The great base of the central cone was fringed with a rubbery, grey substance which moved the whole entity through expansion and contraction. Their actions, though harmless, horrified me even more than their appearance, for it is not wholesome to watch monstrous objects doing what one has known only human beings to do. These objects moved intelligently around the great rooms, getting books from the shelves and taking them to the great tables, or vice versa, and sometimes writing diligently with a peculiar rod gripped in the greenish head tentacles. The huge nippers were used in carrying books and in conversation, speech consisting of a kind of clicking and scraping. The objects had no clothing, but wore satchels or knapsacks suspended from the top of the conical trunk. They commonly carried their head and its supporting member at the level of the cone top, although it was frequently raised or lowered. The other 3 great members tended to rest downward on the sides of the cone, contracted to about 5 feet each when not in use. From their rate of reading, writing, and operating their machines, those on the table seemed somehow connected with thought. I concluded that their intelligence was enormously greater than man's. Afterward, I saw them everywhere, swarming in all the great chambers and corridors, tending monstrous machines in vaulted crypts, and racing along the vast roads in gigantic boat-shaped cars. I ceased to be afraid of them, for they seemed to form supremely natural parts of their environment. Individual differences amongst them began to be manifest, and a few appeared to be under some kind of restraint. These latter, though shewing no physical variation, had a diversity of gestures and habits which marked them off not only from the majority, but very largely from one another. They wrote a great deal in what seemed to my cloudy vision a vast variety of characters, never the typical curvilinear hieroglyphs of the majority. A few, I fancied, used our own familiar alphabet. Most of them worked much more slowly than the general mass of the entities. All this time, my own part in the dreams seemed to be that of a disembodied consciousness, with a range of vision wider than the normal, floating freely about, yet confined to the ordinary avenues and speeds of travel. Not until August 1915 did any suggestions of bodily existence begin to harass me. I say harass, because the first phase was a purely abstract, though infinitely terrible association of my previously noted body loathing with the scenes of my visions. For a while, my chief concern during dreams was to avoid looking down at myself, and I recall how grateful I was for the total absence of large mirrors in the strange rooms. I was mightily troubled by the fact that I always saw the great tables, whose height could not be under 10 feet, from a level not below that of their surfaces. And then the morbid temptation to look down at myself became greater and greater, till one night I could not resist it. But first, my downward glance revealed nothing whatever. A moment later, I perceived that this was because my head lay at the end of a flexible neck of enormous length. Retracting this neck and gazing down very sharply, I saw the scaly, rugose, iridescent bulk of a vast cone 10 feet tall and 10 feet wide at the base. That was when I waked half of Arkham with my screaming as I plunged madly up from the abyss of sleep. Only after weeks of hideous repetition did I grow half reconciled to these visions of myself in monstrous form. In the dreams I now moved bodily among the other unknown entities, reading terrible books from the endless shelves and writing for hours at the great tables with a stylus managed by the green tentacles that hung down from my head. Snatches of what I read and wrote would linger in my memory. There were horrible annals of other worlds and other universes, and of stirrings of formless life outside of all universes. There were records of strange orders of beings which had peopled the world in forgotten pasts, and frightful chronicles of grotesque-bodied intelligences which would people it millions of years after the death of the last human being. And I learned of chapters in human history whose existence no scholar of today has ever suspected. Most of these writings were in the language of the hieroglyphs, which I studied in a queer way with the aid of droning machines, and which was evidently an agglutinative speech, with root systems utterly unlike any found in human languages. Other volumes were in other unknown tongues learned in the same queer way. A very few were in languages I knew. Extremely clever pictures, both inserted in the records and forming separate collections, aided me immensely, and all the time I seemed to be setting down a history of my own age in English. On waking, I could recall only minute and meaningless scraps of the unknown tongues which my dream self had mastered, though whole phrases of the history stayed with me. I learned, even before my waking self had studied the parallel cases or the old myths from which the dreams doubtless sprang, that the entities around me were of the world's greatest race, which had conquered time and had sent exploring minds into every age. I knew, too, that I had been snatched from my age, while another used my body in that age, and that a few of the other strange forms housed similarly captured minds. I seemed to talk in some odd language of claw-clickings with exiled intellects from every corner of the solar system. There was a mind from the planet we know as Venus, which would live incalculable epochs to come, and one from an outer moon of Jupiter, 6 million years in the past. Of earthly minds, there were some from the winged, star-headed, half-vegetable race of Paleogean Antarctica, one from the reptile people of fabled Valusia, 3 from the furry, pre-human Hyperborean worshippers of Sathagua, 1 from the wholly abominable Chochos, 2 from the arachnid denizens of Earth's last age, 5 from the hardy Coleoptera species immediately following mankind, to which the great race was some day to transfer its keenest minds en masse in the face of horrible peril, and several from different branches of humanity. I talked with the mind of Yang Li, a philosopher from the cruel empire of San Chan, which is to come in AD 5000, with that of a general of the great-headed brown people who held South Africa in BC 50,000, with that of a 12th century Florentine monk named Bartolomeo Corsi, with that of a king of Lomar who had ruled that terrible polar land 100,000 years before the squat yellow Inutos came from the west to engulf it, with that of Nag Soth, a magician of the Dark Conquerors of AD 16,000, with that of a Roman named Titus Sempronius Blessus, who had been a quaestor in Sulla's time, with that of Kepnes, an Egyptian of the 14th dynasty, who told me the hideous secret of Nyarlathotep, with that of a priest of Atlantis's Middle Kingdom, with that of a Suffolk gentleman of Cromwell's day, James Woodville, with that of a court astronomer of pre-Inca Peru, with that of the Australian physicist Neville Kingston Brown, who will die in AD 2518, with that of an archimage of vanished Ye in the Pacific, with that of Theodotides, a Greco-Bactrian official of BC 200, with that of an aged Frenchman of Louis XIII's time, named Pierre-Louis Montmagny, with that of Cromyar, a Cimmerian chieftain of BC 15,000, and with so many others that my brain cannot hold the shocking secrets and dizzying marvels I learn from them. I awaked each morning in a fever, sometimes frantically trying to verify or discredit such information as fell within the range of modern human knowledge. Traditional facts took on new and doubtful aspects, and I marveled at the dream fancy, which could invent such surprising addenda to history and science. I shivered at the mysteries the past may conceal, and trembled at the menaces the future may bring forth. What was hinted in the speech of post-human entities of the fate of mankind produced such an effect on me that I will not set it down here. After man, there would be the mighty beetle civilization, the bodies of whose members the cream of the great race would seize when the monstrous doom overtook the elder world. Later, as the earth's span closed, the transferred minds would again migrate through time and space to another stopping place in the bodies of the bulbous vegetable entities of Mercury. But there would be races after them, clinging pathetically to the cold planet and burrowing to its horror-filled core before the utter end. Meanwhile, in my dreams, I wrote endlessly in that history of my own age which I was preparing, half voluntarily and half through promises of increased library and travel opportunities, for the great race's central archives. The archives were in a colossal subterranean structure near the city's centre, which I came to know well through frequent labours and consultations. Meant to last as long as the race, and to withstand the fiercest of Earth's convulsions, this Titan repository surpassed all other buildings in the massive, mountain-like firmness of its construction. The records, written or printed on great sheets of a curiously tenacious cellulose fabric, were bound into books that opened from the top and were kept in individual cases of a strange, extremely light, rustless metal of greyish hue, decorated with mathematical designs and bearing the title in the great race's curvilinear hieroglyphs. These cases were stored in tiers of rectangular vaults, like closed, locked shelves, wrought of the same rustless metal and fastened by knobs with intricate turnings. My own history was assigned a specific place in the vaults of the lowest or vertebrate level, the section devoted to the culture of mankind and of the furry and reptilian races immediately preceding it in terrestrial dominance. But none of the dreams ever gave me a full picture of daily life. All were the merest misty, disconnected fragments, and it is certain that these fragments were not unfolded in their rightful sequence. I have, for example, a very imperfect idea of my own living arrangements in the dream world, though I seem to have possessed a great stone room of my own. My restrictions as a prisoner gradually disappeared, so that some of the visions included vivid travels over the mighty jungle roads, sojourns in strange cities, and explorations of some of the vast, dark, windowless ruins from which the great race shrank in curious fear. There were also long sea voyages in enormous, many-decked boats of incredible swiftness, and trips over wild regions in closed, projectile-like airships, lifted and moved by electrical repulsion. Beyond the wide, warm ocean were other cities of the great race, and on one far continent I saw the crude villages of the black-snouted, winged creatures who would evolve as a dominant stock after the great race had sent its foremost minds into the future to escape the creeping horror. Flatness and exuberant green life were always the keynote of the scene. Hills were low and sparse, and usually displayed signs of volcanic forces. Of the animals I saw, I could write volumes. All were wild, for the great race's mechanized culture had long since done away with domestic beasts, while food was wholly vegetable or synthetic. Clumsy reptiles of great bulk floundered in steaming morasses, fluttered in the heavy air, or spouted in the seas and lakes, and among these I fancied I could vaguely recognize lesser, archaic prototypes of many forms: dinosaurs, pterodactyls, ichthyosaurs, labyrinthodonts, rhamphorhynchi, plesiosaurs, and the like, made familiar through paleontology. Of birds or mammals there were none that I could discern. The ground and swamps were constantly alive with snakes, lizards, and crocodiles, while insects buzzed incessantly amidst the lush vegetation, and far out at sea, unspied and unknown monsters spouted mountainous columns of foam into the vaporous sky. Once I was taken under the ocean in a gigantic submarine vessel with searchlights, and glimpsed some living horrors of awesome magnitude. I saw also the ruins of incredible sunken cities, and the wealth of crinoid, brachiopod, coral, and ichthytic life which everywhere abounded. Of the physiology, psychology, folkways, and detailed history of the great race, my visions preserved but little information, and many of the scattered points I here set down were gleaned from my study of old legends and other cases, rather than from my own dreaming. For in time, of course, my reading and research caught up with and passed the dreams in many phases, so that certain dream fragments were explained in advance and formed verifications of what I had learned. This consolingly established my belief that similar reading and research accomplished by my secondary self had formed the source of the whole terrible fabric of pseudo-memories. The period of my dreams, apparently, was one somewhat less than 150 million years ago, when the Paleozoic age was giving place to the Mesozoic. The bodies occupied by the great race represented no surviving, or even scientifically known, line of terrestrial evolution, but were of a peculiar, closely homogeneous, and highly specialized organic type, inclining as much to the vegetable as to the animal state. Cell action was of a unique sort, almost precluding fatigue, and wholly eliminating the need of sleep. Nourishment, assimilated through the red trumpet-like appendages on one of the great flexible limbs, was always semi-fluid, and in many aspects wholly unlike the food of existing animals. The beings had but two of the senses which we recognize, sight and hearing, the latter accomplished through the flower-like appendages on the grey stalks above their heads, but of other and incomprehensible senses, not however well utilizable by alien captive minds inhabiting their bodies, they possessed many. Their 3 eyes were so situated as to give them a range of vision wider than the normal. Their blood was a sort of deep, greenish ichor of great thickness. They had no sex, but reproduced through seeds or spores which clustered on their bases and could be developed only under water. Great, shallow tanks were used for the growth of their young, which were, however, reared only in small numbers on account of the longevity of individuals, 4,000 or 5,000 years being the common lifespan. Markedly defective individuals were quietly disposed of as soon as their defects were noticed. Disease and the approach of death were, in the absence of a sense of touch or of physical pain, recognized by purely visual symptoms. The dead were incinerated with dignified ceremonies. Once in a while, as before mentioned, a keen mind would escape death by forward projection in time, but such cases were not numerous. When one did occur, the exiled mind from the future was treated with the utmost kindness till the dissolution of its unfamiliar tenement. The great race seemed to form a single loosely knit nation or league with major institutions in common, though there were 4 definite divisions. The political and economic system of each unit was a sort of fascistic socialism, with major resources rationally distributed and power delegated to a small governing board elected by the votes of all able to pass certain educational and psychological tests. Family organization was not overstressed, though ties among persons of common descent were recognized, and the young were generally reared by their parents. Resemblances to human attitudes and institutions were, of course, most marked in those fields where on the one hand highly abstract elements were concerned, or where on the other hand there was a dominance of the basic, unspecialized urges common to all organic life. A few added likenesses came through conscious adoption as the great race probed the future and copied what it liked. Industry, highly mechanized, demanded but little time from each citizen, and the abundant leisure was filled with intellectual and aesthetic activities of various sorts. The sciences were carried to an unbelievable height of development, and art was a vital part of life, though at the period of my dreams it had passed its crest and meridian. Technology was enormously stimulated through the constant struggle to survive and to keep in existence the physical fabric of great cities imposed by the prodigious geologic upheavals of those primal days. Crime was surprisingly scanty and was dealt with through highly efficient policing. Punishments ranged from privilege deprivation and imprisonment to death or major emotion wrenching, and were never administered without a careful study of the criminal's motivations. Warfare, largely civil for the last few millennia, though sometimes waged against reptilian and octopodic invaders, or against the winged, star-headed old ones who centered in the Antarctic, was infrequent, though infinitely devastating. An enormous army, using camera-like weapons which produced tremendous electrical effects, was kept on hand for purposes seldom mentioned, but obviously connected with the ceaseless fear of the dark, windowless elder ruins and of the great sealed trapdoors in the lowest subterrane levels. This fear of the basalt ruins and trapdoors was largely a matter of unspoken suggestion, or, at most, of furtive quasi-whispers. Everything specific which bore on it was significantly absent from such books as were on the common shelves. It was the one subject lying altogether under a taboo among the great race, and seemed to be connected alike with horrible bygone struggles, and with that future peril which would some day force the race to send its keener minds ahead en masse, in time. Imperfect and fragmentary as were the other things presented by dreams and legends, this matter was still more bafflingly shrouded. The vague old myths avoided it, or perhaps all allusions had for some reason been excised, and in the dreams of myself and others the hints were peculiarly few. Members of the great race never intentionally referred to the matter, and what could be gleaned came only from some of the more sharply observant captive minds. According to these scraps of information, the basis of the fear was a horrible elder race of half-polypus, utterly alien entities which had come through space from immeasurably distant universes and had dominated the Earth and 3 other solar planets about 600 million years ago. They were only partly material, as we understand matter, and their type of consciousness and media of perception differed wholly from those of terrestrial organisms. For example, their senses did not include that of sight, their mental world being a strange, non-visual pattern of impressions. They were, however, sufficiently material to use implements of normal matter when in cosmic areas containing it, and they required housing, albeit of a peculiar kind. Though their senses could penetrate all material barriers, their substance could not, and certain forms of electrical energy could wholly destroy them. They had the power of aerial motion, despite the absence of wings or any other visible means of levitation. Their minds were of such texture that no exchange with them could be effected by the great race. When these things had come to the earth, they had built mighty basalt cities of windowless towers, and had preyed horribly upon the beings they found. Thus it was, when the minds of the great race sped across the void from that obscure transgalactic world known in the disturbing and debatable Eltdown shards as Yith. The newcomers, with the instruments they created, had found it easy to subdue the predatory entities and drive them down to those caverns of inner earth, which they had already joined to their abodes and begun to inhabit. Then they had sealed the entrances and left them to their fate, afterward occupying most of their great cities and preserving certain important buildings for reasons connected more with superstition than with indifference, boldness, or scientific and historical zeal. But as the eons passed, there came vague, evil signs that the elder things were growing strong and numerous in the inner world. There were sporadic eruptions of a particularly hideous character in certain small and remote cities of the great race, and in some of the deserted elder cities, which the great race had not peopled, places where the paths to the gulfs below had not been properly sealed or guarded. After that, greater precautions were taken, and many of the paths were closed forever, though a few were left with sealed trapdoors for strategic use in fighting the elder things if ever they broke forth in unexpected places. Fresh rifts caused by that self-same geologic change, which had choked some of the paths and had slowly lessened the number of outer-world structures and ruins surviving from the conquered entities. The eruptions of the elder things must have been shocking beyond all description, since they had permanently colored the psychology of the great race. Such was the fixed mood of horror that the very aspect of the creatures was left unmentioned. At no time was I able to gain a clear hint of what they looked like. There were veiled suggestions of a monstrous plasticity and of temporary lapses of visibility, while other fragmentary whispers referred to their control and military use of great winds. Singular whistling noises and colossal footprints made up of 5 circular toe marks seemed also to be associated with them. It was evident that the coming doom so desperately feared by the great race, the doom that was one day to send millions of keen minds across the chasm of time to strange bodies in the safer future, had to do with a final successful eruption of the elder beings. Mental projections down the ages had clearly foretold such a horror, and the great race had resolved that none who could escape should face it, that the foray would be a matter of vengeance rather than an attempt to reoccupy the outer world they knew from the planet's later history, for their projections shewed the coming and going of subsequent races untroubled by the monstrous entities. Perhaps these entities had come to prefer Earth's inner abysses to the variable, storm-ravaged surface, since light meant nothing to them. Perhaps, too, they were slowly weakening with the eons. Indeed, it was known that they would be quite dead in the time of the post-human beetle race which the fleeing minds would tenant. Meanwhile, the great race maintained its cautious vigilance, with potent weapons ceaselessly ready, despite the horrified banishing of the subject from common speech and visible records. And always the shadow of nameless fear hung about the sealed trapdoors and the dark, windowless elder towers. 5. That is the world of which my dreams brought me dim, scattered echoes every night. I cannot hope to give any true idea of the horror and dread contained in such echoes, for it was upon a wholly intangible quality, the sharp sense of pseudo-memory, that such feelings mainly depended. As I have said, my studies gradually gave me a defense against these feelings, in the form of rational psychological explanations, and this saving influence was augmented by the subtle touch of accustomedness which comes with the passage of time. Yet in spite of everything, the vague, creeping terror would return momentarily now and then. It did not, however, engulf me as it had before, and after 1922 I lived a very normal life of work and recreation. In the course of years I began to feel that my experience, together with the kindred cases and the related folklore, ought to be definitely summarized and published for the benefit of serious students. Hence I prepared a series of articles, briefly covering the whole ground and illustrated with crude sketches of some of the shapes, scenes, decorative motifs, and hieroglyphs remembered from the dreams. These appeared at various times during 1928 and 1929 in the Journal of the American Psychological Society, but did not attract much attention. Meanwhile, I continued to record my dreams with the minutest care, even though the growing stack of reports attained troublesomely vast proportions. On July 10, 1934, there was forwarded to me by the Psychological Society the letter which opened the culminating and most horrible phase of the whole mad ordeal. It was postmarked Pilbara, Western Australia, and bore the signature of one whom I found, upon inquiry, to be a mining engineer of considerable prominence. Enclosed were some very curious snapshots. I will reproduce the text in its entirety, and no reader can fail to understand how tremendous an effect it and the photographs had upon me. I was, for a time, almost stunned and incredulous, for although I had often thought that some basis of fact must underlie certain phases of the legends which had coloured my dreams, I was none the less unprepared for anything like a tangible survival from a lost world remote beyond all imagination. Most devastating of all were the photographs, for here, in cold, incontrovertible realism, there stood out against a background of sand certain worn-down, water-ridged, storm-weathered blocks of stone, whose slightly convex tops and slightly concave bottoms told their own story, and when I studied them with a magnifying glass I could see all too plainly, amidst the batterings and pittings, the traces of those vast, curvilinear designs and occasional hieroglyphs, whose significance had become so hideous to me. But here is the letter, which speaks for itself. 49 Dampier Street, Pilbara, Western Australia, 18 May, 1934. Professor N.W. Peasley, courtesy of the American Psychological Society, 30 East 41st Street, New York City, USA. My dear sir, a recent conversation with Dr. E.M. Boyle of Perth and some papers with your articles which is just sent me make it advisable for me to tell you about certain things I have seen in the great sandy desert east of our gold field here. It would seem, in view of the peculiar legends about old cities with huge stonework and strange designs and hieroglyphs which you describe, that I have come upon something very important. The blackfellows have always been full of talk about great stones with marks on them, and seem to have a terrible fear of such things. They connect them in some way with their common racial legends about Bud-Eye, the gigantic old man who lies asleep for ages underground, with his head on his arm, and who will someday awake and eat up the world. There are some very old and half-forgotten tales of enormous underground huts of great stones, where passages lead down, and where horrible things have happened. The blackfellows claim that once some warriors, fleeing in battle, went down into one and never came back, but that frightful winds began to blow from the place soon after they went down. However, there usually isn't much in what these natives say. But what I have to tell is more than this. 2 years ago, when I was prospecting about 500 miles east in the desert, I came on a lot of queer pieces of dressed stone, perhaps 3 by 2 by 2 feet in size, and weathered and pitted to the very limit. At first, I couldn't find any of the marks the blackfellows told about, but when I looked close enough, I could make out some deeply carved lines, in spite of the weathering. They were peculiar curves, just like what the blacks had tried to describe. I imagine there must have been 30 or 40 blocks, some nearly buried in the sand, and all within a circle, perhaps 1/4 mile's diameter. When I saw some, I looked around closely for more, and made a careful reckoning of the place with my instruments. I also took pictures of 10 or 12 of the most typical blocks, and will enclose the prints for you to see. I turned my information and pictures over to the government at Perth, but they have done nothing with them. Then I met Dr. Boyle, who had read your articles in the Journal of the American Psychological Society, and in time happened to mention the stones. He was enormously interested, and became quite excited when I showed him my snapshots, saying that the stones and markings were just like those of the masonry you had dreamed about and seen described in legends. He meant to write you, but was delayed. Meanwhile, he sent me most of the magazines with your articles, and I saw at once from your drawings and descriptions that my stones are certainly the kind you mean. You can appreciate this from the enclosed prints. Later on, you will hear directly from Dr. Boyle. Now, I can understand how important all this will be to you. Without question, we are faced with the remains of an unknown civilization older than any dreamed of before, and forming a basis for your legends. As a mining engineer, I have some knowledge of geology, and can tell you that these blocks are so ancient they frighten me. They are mostly sandstone and granite, though one is almost certainly made of a queer sort of cement or concrete. They bear evidence of water action, as if this part of the world had been submerged and come up again after long ages, or since these blocks were made and used. It is a matter of hundreds of thousands of years, or heaven knows how much more. I don't like to think about it. In view of your previous diligent work in tracking down the legends and everything connected with them, I cannot doubt but that you will want to lead an expedition to the desert and make some archaeological excavations. Both Dr. Boyle and I are prepared to cooperate in such work if you, or organizations known to you, can furnish the funds. I can get together a dozen miners for the heavy digging. The blacks would be of no use, for I found that they have an almost maniacal fear of this particular spot. Boyle and I are saying nothing to others, for you very obviously ought to have precedence in any discoveries or credit. The place can be reached from Pilbara in about 4 days by motor tractor, which we'd need for our apparatus. It is somewhat west and south of Warburton's Path of 1873, and 100 miles southeast of Joanna Spring. We could float things up the De Grey River instead of starting from Pilbara, but all that can be talked over later. Roughly, the stones lie at a point about 22 degrees, 3 minutes 14 seconds south latitude, 125 degrees, 0 minutes 39 seconds east longitude. The climate is tropical, and the desert conditions are trying. Any expedition had better be made in winter, June or July or August. I shall welcome further correspondence upon this subject, and am keenly eager to assist in any plan you may devise. After studying your articles, I am deeply impressed with the profound significance of the whole matter. Dr. Boyle will write later. When rapid communication is needed, a cable to Perth can be relayed by wireless. Hoping profoundly for an early message. Believe me, most faithfully yours, Robert B.F. Mackenzie. Of the immediate aftermath of this letter, much can be learned from the press. My good fortune in securing the backing of Miskatonic University was great, and both Mr. Mackenzie and Dr. Boyle proved invaluable in arranging matters at the Australian end. We were not too specific with the public about our objects, since the whole matter would have lent itself unpleasantly to sensational and jocose treatment by the cheaper newspapers. As a result, printed reports were sparing, but enough appeared to tell of our quest for reported Australian ruins and to chronicle our various preparatory steps. Professors William Dyer of the college's geology department, leader of the Miskatonic Antarctic expedition of 1930-31, Ferdinand C. Ashley of the Department of Ancient History, and Tyler M. Freeborn of the Department of Anthropology, together with my son Wingate, accompanied me. My correspondent, Mackenzie, came to Arkham early in 1935 and assisted in our final preparations. He proved to be a tremendously competent and affable man of about 50, admirably well read, and deeply familiar with all the conditions of Australian travel. He had tractors waiting at Pilbara, and we chartered a tramp steamer of sufficiently light draught to get up the river to that point. We were prepared to excavate in the most careful and scientific fashion, sifting every particle of sand and disturbing nothing which might seem to be in or near its original situation. Sailing from Boston aboard the wheezy Lexington on March 28, 1935, we had a leisurely trip across the Atlantic and Mediterranean, through the Suez Canal, down the Red Sea, and across the Indian Ocean to our goal. I need not tell how the sight of the low, sandy West Australian coast depressed me, and how I detested the crude mining town and dreary goldfields where the tractors were given their last roads. Dr. Boyle, who met us, proved to be elderly, pleasant, and intelligent, and his knowledge of psychology led him into many long discussions with my son and me. Discomfort and expectancy were oddly mingled in most of us when at length our party of 18 rattled forth over the arid leagues of sand and rock. On Friday, May 31st, we forded a branch of the De Grey and entered the realm of utter desolation. A certain positive terror grew on me as we advanced to this actual sight of the elder world behind the legends. A terror, of course, abetted by the fact that my disturbing dreams and pseudo-memories still beset me with unabated force. It was on Monday, June the 3rd, that we saw the first of the half-buried blocks. I cannot describe the emotions with which I actually touched, in objective reality, a fragment of cyclopean masonry, in every respect like the blocks in the walls of my dream buildings. There was a distinct trace of carving, and my hands trembled as I recognized part of a curvilinear decorative scheme made hellish to me through years of tormenting nightmare and baffling research. A month of digging brought a total of some 1,250 blocks in varying stages of wear and disintegration. Most of these were carven megaliths with curved tops and bottoms. A minority were smaller, flatter, plain-surfaced and square or octagonally cut, like those of the floors and pavements in my dreams, while a few were singularly massive and curved or slanted in such a manner as to suggest use in vaulting or groining, or as parts of arches or round window casings. The deeper and the farther north and east we dug, the more blocks we found, though we still failed to discover any trace of arrangement among them. Professor Dyer was appalled at the measureless age of the fragments, and Freeborn found traces of symbols which fitted darkly into certain Papuan and Polynesian legends of infinite antiquity. The condition and scattering of the blocks told mutely of vertiginous cycles of time and geological upheavals of cosmic savagery. We had an aeroplane with us, and my son, Wingate, would often go up to different heights and scan the sand and rock waste for signs of dim, large-scale outlines, either differences of level or trails of scattered blocks. His results were virtually negative, for whenever he would one day think he had glimpsed some significant trend, he would on his next trip find the impression replaced by another equally insubstantial, a result of the shifting, wind-blown sand. One or two of these ephemeral suggestions, though, affected me queerly and disagreeably. They seemed, after a fashion, to dovetail horribly with something which I had dreamed or read, but which I could no longer remember. There was a terrible pseudo-familiarity about them, which somehow made me look furtively and apprehensively over the abominable sterile terrain toward the north and northeast. Around the first week in July, I developed an unaccountable set of mixed emotions about that general northeasterly region. There was horror, and there was curiosity, but more than that, there was a persistent and perplexing illusion of memory. I tried all sorts of psychological expedients to get these notions out of my head, but met with no success. Sleeplessness also gained upon me, but I almost welcomed this because of the resultant shortening of my dream periods. I acquired the habit of taking long,